দেখাবে তো তোমার তো সাউন্ডে কোনো অসুবিধা ওটা বন্ধ করে দাও এখানে উঠে করা যাবে না ওটা দরকার নেই ওটা দরকার নেই এখন উঠতে গেলে এদের পুরো প্রবলেম হয়ে যাবে কালকে চেক করেছি কালকে ঠিক হ্যাঁ দেখেছি নো সিগন্যাল
Hello.
বলুন হ্যাঁ আমরা ঠিক আছে
Hello. Okay. Shall we change it? Uh, Welcome to all of you. Good evening. Good evening. A very warm welcome to all of you, director, honorable guests, speakers, friends, colleagues, students, everyone who has joined us virtually and who are present here physically. A very, very warm welcome, a very good evening. I'm great. It's a great privilege for me to be addressing you this very pleasant spring evening on the occasion of International Women's Day 2024. The theme for this year's Women's Day celebration is Inspire Inclusion. Women have been on the fringes, on the borders, on the outskirts and margins and periphery in all walks of life. They've been in private domestic spheres of households, in public spheres, in workplaces. We know that women have been marginalized in their decision making, in their contributions. We will listen to many speeches during the next couple of hours. But let me start with one particular field where women are typically underrepresented, which is leadership. Underrepresentation of women in positions of power or leadership is universal. So vast majority of leaders in today's world are male. And why is that? So organizational psychologist, who's basically a person who uses science and technology to explain questions of human behavior at workplaces, tries to explain. So not only are most leaders male, but a bigger problem is that a vast majority of these leaders are incompetent. Whether in business or politics or organizations, most leaders have very negative effects on their followers and subordinates, causing low levels of trust, engagement, and productivity, and high levels of burnout and stress. So just Google "my boss is" to see kind of reactions that people have. And most of them think my managers are crazy, abusive, unbearable, toxic, and so on. So the question is, a related question is not why there are so many few women leaders, but also why are so many incompetent men in positions of power or have become leaders in the first place. So the explanations are along these lines. First is our inability to distinguish between confidence and competence. So we assume that confident people everywhere are more competent. right, have more potential for leadership. But in any area of talent, including leadership, there is very little overlap between confidence, that is how good people think they are at something, and competence, that is how good they actually are at something. So self-perceived talents tend to surpass their actual talents. Secondly, we all love charismatic leaders. So charming, entertaining, but there's a big gap between an effective leader and a stand-up comedian. So in fact, the best leaders are humble rather than charismatic to the point of even being boring. That is why rarely they feature in media or blockbuster movies. So, for example, he quotes, imagine a movie on Angela Merkel, who's been a chancellor of Germany for 16 long years, 2005 to 21, before she resigned. She wakes up, has her breakfast with her husband, goes to meetings well prepared, lets other people talk without interrupting them, makes rational decisions, runs her country well, there are no scandals about her. In contrast, there is a surplus of captivating biopics of people or leaders with fascinating dark sides who end up ruining their countries and their organizations. So, in short, falling for people who are confident and charismatic, irrespective of gender, we should rather look for people with competence, humility, and integrity. Incidentally, this would also lead to a higher proportion of female and male leaders because women invariably, systematically, consistently, universally score much more on scores of competence, humility, and integrity than men. Fortunately, unlike most of the world and avoiding mistakes that most of us make in the rest of the world, we have a female leader who is confident and competent, who is charismatic with integrity. Um, so May I now request Professor Shamamitra Bandyopadhyay, Honorable Director, ISI, to please come on stage and address the audience. Thank you.
I must say that was a very nice way of calling me to the stage. Thank you very much, Shomunitra. So, first of all, a very happy Women's Day to all of you, to all the men and all the women in this audience. As we know, it all started with protests against harsh working conditions and lower wages in the United States in 1909. And in 1910, Clara Zetkin from Germany, she proposed that a day should be celebrated to be called International Women's Day. And in 1975, the United Nations recognized that this needs to be celebrated, and they started celebrating International Women's Day all over the world. That is how it started. Every year when we celebrate this, we have been celebrating in ISI International Women's Day for about 8 years now. And every year we celebrate, I think a common thing that we all say is that we hope that we will not have to celebrate International Women's Day sooner than later. Meaning that there would be so much of parity between men and women that there need not be a separate Women's Day celebration. But the need persists, is still there, because disparity, remarkable disparity, is still there in various aspects of life. So, as you all know, that the symbol for the Women's Day, for International Women's Day, is the female gender symbol, typically in colors of purple, green, and white. And therefore, you can see the picture there. You see a plethora of the color purple in a green background. I also wore a sari with some purple in it, consciously celebrating this day. So as we say that the requirement for celebrating International Women's Day, because of the remarkable disparity which exists worldwide, it's not just an Indian phenomena, it's worldwide, that women are paid less, they have to work much more than men to achieve the same degree of success. There are multiple ways, and the women in this audience, in this hall today, are, of course, of that privileged class, which many women in this country, in this world, do not get. We have, the women here, we have had the best of education, we have had families who have been supportive mostly, but many women have to give up because of various requirements that society, that their families impose on them. So that is where I think the requirement for celebrating this day still exists, and we have to remind ourselves all the time that it is not just social good that for which we have to bring in more women in the workforce, but it is measures, there are measures of profitability. An enterprise, an organization which has more women employees has scored higher in measures of profitability. So it actually is profitable, not just social good, not just, the social work, that we must make all out effort to get more women in the workforce, because if we do not bring in half the population into the workforce, we don't know what we are missing. As I say sometimes that if the Bengalis did not have Rabindranath Tagore, we would not know what we have missed. But having had Rabindranath Tagore, we know that if he was not there, we would have missed so much. Similarly, with the women who have come into the workforce and with their competence and with all the achievements of the women employees, it is for us to realize that if we do not bring in more women, then we are losing quite a bit. And that is why in this institute, we have put in much effort to bring in more women. We have, at least in our academic programs, we have started supernumerary seats. In fact, there have been studies which showed that the girls who just missed the threshold, they have just scored less than the threshold, once they are brought into the system and when they are trained similarly with all others, at the end, when they pass out, the difference between those girls and the others in the class is not significant. So that means they were just missing out on the because of the threshold. And we know the reasons for the girls often missing out on examinations in the scoring high in the examinations, which require a lot of tutoring. Most of our examination, most of our competitive tests require so much of tuition, so much of training, that many girls lose out because firstly, the families do not want to send the girls away because these tuitions are often taken at odd hours, in odd places, away from home. So the parents don't feel secure sending their girls away like that. As usual, as it is usual for boys, it is not so usual for girls. Girls are also sometimes late in the night. Girls are usually scared to be out on the streets. So it's a social system. It's our country's system. It's the world system that the girls are denied that level of training, and therefore they are not able to score that high. There is a thought process now whether our tests should be differently done. It is easier said than done in a country of billions. So with so many students, it is very difficult to design tests, but this is a challenge before all of us. Can we design tests in a different way, which will test the candidate's intuitiveness, innovativeness, the potential of the candidate, rather than what the candidate has been trained day in and day out for? The creativity, can it test for creativity? In one of the lectures I had heard earlier, there was an interesting analog that right now the tests are, you start on it's like a race of a horse. You're sitting on the back of a horse and you have competitors. You start at the start line and then you rush towards the finish line. So whoever reaches the finish line first is first. But if the tests were different, that what did you observe on the way? Immediately, it's not about reaching the finishing line first, but about observing what is there around you. So that is the type of test that we would like to have, but it is, as I said, very, very challenging to design tests like that. But that is a thought process in front of all of us, in front of all the employees, all the faculty members of ISI. can we design such tests where lakhs of students can sit for that examination, can be graded, yet the test will actually test the creativity of the student, the observational capabilities of the student, the innovativeness of the students. So still we are making progress. We are trying our level best to have more girls, more women in our workforce, amongst our students. So I would like to sort of towards the end, I just want to tell you a story, or conclude with a story, which many of you might already know, but no harm in listening to it again. It's quite interesting. It's a story about what women really want. And you might have heard the story that when King Arthur, he was young, very energetic, he was imprisoned by a neighboring kingdom, a neighboring king, and the king, the penalty was death penalty. But then, because of the youth and the vigor of King Arthur, which impressed this king, he said that, okay, I will let you free, and I'll give you, but you have to answer one question, and you have 1 year to answer that question. And what was the question? So King Arthur thought, okay, what is the question? The question is, what do women really want? You have to answer that. King Arthur thought that this is a very difficult question to answer. What do women want? What to do? But the other alternative is death. So better take this challenge. And anyway, he has 1 year. So he thought, I have 1 year to answer this question. Let me try. At least I'll live for 1 more year. So he accepted that. And then he was sent back to his kingdom. He was asking this person, that person. People were given different answers, but he was not happy with those answers. But one thing everyone told him, that there's a witch living outside King Arthur's kingdom, just outside. She knows answers to all questions. So you can as well go and ask her. So the king goes to this witch, and she is very young, ugly, long nails, very dirty, smelling, etc. So he says that, what do women really want? She said, I know the answer. I can tell you the answer, but I have a condition. What is that condition? That you will have to ask, the king will have to ask his best friend, I forget the name, best friend to marry the witch. Only then will the witch give the answer. So King Arthur thought that no way, I cannot ask my best friend to marry this ugly witch. That is not possible. So he says, I don't need the answer. He goes away. But the best friend comes to know that it is between his marriage to a witch and life of King Arthur. So he says that, no, you please marry. I will marry. I will marry. I agree to that condition. You please go and tell the witch. So King Arthur now agrees that, okay, my friend will marry you, but tell me the answer. So once the wedding is announced, then the witch answered that women want to be in charge of their lives, to take their own decisions. King Arthur was really impressed with this answer and said, fantastic. And that answer was indeed correct. And he was set free for life. King Arthur was set free for life. And then the marriage happens. And the best friend is a very nice guy, humble guy, polite person. On the night of the marriage, he's afraid to get into the room because he faced that ugly witch. He gets into the room and finds a beautiful girl there. And he's so surprised, he asks, what is it? You have become so beautiful. She said that I am very much, I respect you very much because of the decision you took to save your friend. Half of the time, out of 24 hours, 12 hours I'll be beautiful, 12 hours I'll be ugly. So you now choose whether you want me to be beautiful during the day or beautiful during the night. You choose what to do. Then this friend says, you take a decision. It is your life, you decide. So then the witch says, because of this answer, I will be beautiful all the time. So that is what women want. Not too much of help, but just space. Give them space to grow. Give them the respect as a human being, not as a goddess. Give them the respect as a human being and expect, even the parents should expect as much from a daughter as they expect from a son, because these expectations actually build our dreams also, that I have to do certain things. And finally, it is also said and studied that girls and boys, men and women with the same level of expertise, girls usually underrate their competence women underrate their competence, and men overrate it. It is not good to underrate what your abilities. So the confidence which Shomunitra was saying, the confidence should come from the competence that you have. Competence is must, and thereafter the confidence must be there. If you lack in, many women actually lack in confidence. That is where women have to also work and grow in confidence and show. It's not an empty confidence that you have to show. That confidence has to be backed by the competence in you, and competence comes only through hard work, through deep knowledge of your domain of expertise. And in this audience, I don't need to tell the women, all the women have worked very hard, have have been committed to whatever they want to do. But it is a message for everybody that only through hard work, through deep expertise in our areas of work, can we really have the competence, and with that competence, we should be confident to say that I am competent. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much. And incidentally, I was just seeing if there's an International Men's Day, and indeed there is an International Men's Day on November 19th, which is not recognized by the United Nations, but is celebrated by 80 countries around the world. Thank you very much, and a happy Women's Day to all of you once again.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay, for that story, for this very thought-provoking talk, setting the right tone for the evening ahead. Moving on. No one is thinking of the flowers. No one is thinking of the fish. No one wants to believe that the garden is dying, that the heart of the garden has become swollen under the sun, that the mind of the garden is slowly draining of green memories. And the garden's feeling is some abstract thing rotting in the solitude of the garden. My brother calls the garden a graveyard. He laughs at the chaos of the weeds and counts the corpses of the fish that turn to putrid particles beneath the water's thick skin. I think the garden can be taken to the hospital. I think, and the garden and the heart of the garden has become swollen under the sun, and the mind of the garden is slowly draining of green memories. The above poem to me is an unmistakable depiction of the intrinsic bonding that nature and women embody and share with each other, crying with each other when either is in pain, and rejoicing together when either is in joy. It is therefore hardly surprising that when nature is in jeopardy, it is the women who suffer the most, and it is the women foremost among everyone who would come forward to protect it. The keynote address this year by Professor Pushpa Mishra is on women and climate crisis. The issues of climate change and sustainability have had and will continue to have severe and lasting impacts on our environment and economic and social development. Those who are amongst the most vulnerable and marginalized experience the deepest impacts. Women are increasingly being recognized as more vulnerable to climate change impacts than men, as they constitute the majority of the world's poor and are more dependent on the natural resources which climate change threatens the most. So, for example, consequences of natural disasters like drought, floods, and storms on women and girls include, but are not limited to, increased maternal mortality rates, increased child marriage rates, higher burden of water and fuel collection, etc. At the same time, women and girls are effective and powerful leaders and change makers for climate adaptation and mitigation. We hope to learn more about these issues in much greater details from the keynote address by Professor Pushpa Mishra coming up. So I'm extremely delighted now to introduce our keynote speaker for this evening, Professor Pushpa Mishra, who will also moderate the panel discussion which will follow her talk. After obtaining masters in psychology and philosophy in 1963 and 1964, respectively, from Calcutta University, Dr. Mishra did her PhD in philosophy from the University of Rochester, New York, USA, in 1988. Her PhD dissertation, titled The Scientific Status of Psychoanalysis, was nominated for the prestigious Johnsonian Prize in Philosophy for its originality and importance, and later published by Carnac Books London with the same title. She did her postdoctoral research at the University of Pittsburgh as a Fulbright Fellow for the year 1993-94. She worked as a professor of philosophy under the Higher Education Department of the Government of West Bengal and retired as the principal of Bethune College, Kolkata. Professor Mishra is a fully trained and practicing psychoanalyst. She is also the former president of the Indian Psychoanalytical Society and training and supervising analyst. She has published 6 books in different areas and a number of published articles in areas of philosophy and psychology. Her areas of interest are philosophy of psychoanalysis, philosophy of science, medical ethics, environmental ethics, and Bengali literature. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. May I now request Monali to come on stage, please, and Professor Mishra to come on stage. We are extremely delighted to have you amongst us today, Professor Mishra. Monali Palodi is Deputy Librarian with ISI Kolkata, and may I now request her to please give a token memento on behalf of all of us to Professor Mishra and welcome her here. Please take the podium. Hello. 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 শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? আমি audible? Respected Madam Director and my dear colleagues, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of addressing you today. So at the very beginning, I wish you all a happy International Women's Day, and will not take much of your time. I have been given about 20 to 25 minutes to to present my talk on women and climate crisis. This talk is not something which actually has been something which is kind of prepared talk. I would actually like to present you some of the work that we have done based upon the field work that we did last year. I think the last data collected was sometime in the month of August 2023. So this is the result. I mean, this research work actually was done with the help of a very minor grant which was given to the IPA Climate Committee, which is the Climate Committee of International Psychoanalytical Association. And the focus of research was not climate crisis. The focus of research was the impact of ecology, environment on our psychic development, how and what role actually the nature plays in our developmental process, what happens to people who are living in predominantly natural surroundings, and how nature affects their development in contrast to those who are living in urban areas.
But to our surprise, we found that people start talking about climate. We did not ask any questions, but people started talking about climate. And climate questions came up spontaneously. So I'm presenting you very briefly what we found in our discussion with our interviewees regarding climate crisis in the hilly areas. We had chosen two different hilly areas in order to maintain diversity. One was the northern foothills of the Himalayas, and the other was the eastern foothill of the Himalayas. So, the northern foothill of the Himalayas actually we covered slightly above Mussoorie. 5 villages we had selected, and we talked with people there. And in the eastern foothills of the Himalayas, we went to Kashian, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, and some of the nearby villages. So, very briefly, I'm going to present you the results, which actually are quite shocking. I was talking to RP. I cannot give the full name to maintain confidentiality. So I was talking with RP, a lady of 51 years, and she was living in the upper parts of Mussoorie. The interview was part of our field work for the research we were doing under the general topic of ecology and its place in the internal world, with the help of a minor research grant from the IPA. Dr. Professor Jayanti Basu, former head of the Department of Applied Psychology, University of Calcutta, was supervising the research. And I had Dr. Jhinam Poddar, who also is one of my students, and she was in this particular research acting as my assistant. Aarti said, Mussoorie used to have heavy rains in those days. And when I asked what are those days, she said when I was a child, or when I was growing up, and even when I was studying in my college. Mussoorie used to have heavy rain in those days. When I was growing up, the jungle was thick and the air was so clean. In the near tea shop, there were 2 scooters only and nothing else. Especially in the month of November, December, and January, you can walk alone and not a single person will be seen for miles together. There were few tourists, few cars, so no carbon emission, hence there was snowfall in larger quantity. The air was crisp and clean. Now if you go to Mussoorie, especially on weekends, you probably won't be able to enter Mussoorie before waiting at least for 2 to 3 hours on the road itself. There is such a long queue of cars. Since tourism has increased, many trees have been felled to build hotels. So rainfall has become less and there are more landslides. This is all due to the cutting of trees. And secondly, snowfall has become much less because they have cut all the trees. This is all said by Aarti. So I asked her, how about the cold? Aarti said, Mussoorie was never so hot. For last few years, it has become very hot. And you have perhaps heard that Gangotri Glacier is melting at a very fast speed. All this is happening because of cutting down the trees. Aarti is an educated woman of independent spirit. She is unmarried and soft-spoken. It is very difficult for a woman to remain unmarried in the hilly area because the social custom is that girls are married off very early, say when they were 12, 13. Nowadays, of course, it is a little bit different, but to remain unmarried, it is still a matter of courage, so to say. Aarti actually comes from a very poor family, and it was very difficult for her to continue her education, but she did do her master's in Hindi language and literature. She earns her living by teaching foreign students who were who actually learned Hindi in the language school of Mussoorie, and that is how she earns her living. So, Aarti is an educated woman of independent spirit, unmarried, soft-spoken, but very resolute in her principles. She has trekked the hills extensively. Her genuine feelings of sadness was clear from her tone of voice. She was missing the hometown of her childhood, the snowfall, the clean and crisp air, and the loneliness of the majestic mountains. The fear and the pain caused by the dislocation and loss of lives due to frequent landslides scared her. Yet there wasn't much that she could do. One of her fears was not only significant for hilly regions, it is also going to affect us. And by us, I mean those who are living in Kolkata and the plains of India, namely the melting of Gangotri Glacier. Professor Manohar Arora, a scientist at NIH, explained, and I'm quoting, the glacier is in retreat because less ice is forming to replace melting ice every year, a process that is continuing, say scientists at the National Institute of Hydrology in Roorkee. Winter precipitation is when the glacier receives adequate snow and ice to maintain itself. But last year, Gangotri received very little snow. We have also observed more rainfall and a slight temperature rise in the region, both of which transfer heat to the glacier, warming it. This was a concern which was not fully voiced by Aarti, but when I talked with other people, they also they were quite aware that Gangotri Glacier is melting. Aarti's observations were again supported when the scientists said, in 1977, when I used to go for mountaineering training, 2 or 3 cars could be spotted in Gangotri. But now there are hundreds and thousands of cars and buses flying pilgrims and tourists to these places during the summer months. This said, the birch means the Bhuj trees, forests have disappeared in the region, and though we are planting new trees now, their growth is very slow. She said, that I have seen myself. I have gone to Gomukh at least 3 times, and each time when I went, I have seen Bhuj trees disappearing. Also, experts say that the melting of the glacier is irreversible. It is a paradise lost, never to be regained. Glaciers are melting worldwide. Antarctica is losing ice mass at an average rate of about 150 billion tons per year, and Greenland is losing about 270 billion tons per year, adding to sea level rise. Though our research was not primarily focused on climate change, the topic of climate change came up spontaneously. In almost every interview we talked with people, the topic of climate change came up. Hilly areas, in this paper, I will only focus on the climate crisis faced by the hilly areas of India, the deep emotional connection women have with nature, and how this deep connection can help us in mitigating the crisis that we are facing. Hilly areas are becoming hotter. As a result, diseases are also increasing. The forest cover is lessening and the wildlife is disappearing. It is not possible for me to give the detailed account, and when they were giving the interview, they were saying this all in detail. And the pain and the sorrow that actually was coming out in their tone, that I cannot convey through the words only. The most disturbing aspect mentioned by Aarti and supported by other interviewees is a change in demography and increase in population. Aarti said, for some time now, rich people are buying land here by paying a price 2 or 3 times higher than the regular price. Now, of course, this has been banned. They make their farmhouses here. Tourism has increased, but tourists also leave plastic bottles, unclean plates, and other things on the road. The leftover food stinks. Monkeys come in search of food, and the whole atmosphere becomes very dirty and unclean. The crisis, however, is not merely of aesthetics, cleanliness, and hygiene. The problem lies deeper. We were pleasantly surprised to see that the standard of living of the Hilli people has improved much. Say in last 25 years, we three were there for 10 days in the northern foothills of the Himalayas. I actually go to Himalayas, especially in the northern Himalayas, Garhwal region, almost every year. So I'm very familiar with the lifestyle of the people, but it's not that I have sometimes also lived with them, like spending few months with them, and I'm quite familiar with their lifestyle. For some time, I have been simply visiting and not staying there. This time when I went and I stayed there for 10 days, I was surprised to see that there has been an enormous amount of change in the standard of living of Hilli people. The abject poverty, which was almost synonymous with hilly area, has visibly decreased. Many villages of Uttarakhand now have electricity, internet facilities, TV, and other necessities of normal life. This has been possible because increased tourism and commissioning of many hydroelectric projects and improved transportation. So many hydroelectric projects have been constructed in Uttarakhand that it has become known as the Urja state, that is the energy state. But this development has extracted its cost. Harshal village was submerged for the commissioning of TD Dam. Along with Harshal, about 90 other villages also went underwater. DPS says. Animals from these villages fled to nearby areas, especially to our villages. Number of rhesus monkeys is very high and they destroy crops. Also, agriculture is no longer profitable. He informed us that his family was in agriculture, but now they have reduced it to minimum. The reason is the disproportionate increase in the number of animals like deers, monkeys, pigs who destroy the harvest. There has been a visible change in the attitude of people, DPS says. In general, people don't want to do agricultural work anymore. There is a large-scale flight from villages. People are leaving villages and going to cities to provide their children with proper facilities for higher education. 90% of the people, I quote, they leave the village because of lack of health facilities. According to him, according to GPS, forest area has increased because of the availability of cooking gas. Now, previously, trees were cut down, and actually, people used to go to forests, deep in the forest to collect firewood. But now the government provides cooking gas to them easily, in fact, on a priority basis. So, cooking gas is very easily available, and villages are connected through motorable roads. Transportation is available, and construction material is being brought to construct more hotels and more dams. DPS said too many dams are being constructed here in Uttarakhand. We don't need so many dams. Even before the construction of one dam is over, another one starts. They have stopped the flow of the river for 300 meters. The entire environment is destroyed. To construct dams and widen roads, hills are being blasted, which loosens their roots, leading to frequent landslides. When there is landslide, the trees and plants are also uprooted, leading to further loss in the environment. Landslides have become very frequent. In this season only, he informed us, there have been at least 10 incidents of landslide in Cham area. Hills are being blasted to construct hotels also. Hotels have proliferated in this area. When I asked, you talked about tourism and construction of hotels. That is of economic benefit to you. If tourists come, hotels have to be built. Hills have to be blasted. Yet you feel troubled about the destruction of environment also. So he replied, we need tourists, but they should behave responsibly. They should not cause any damage to our environment. Trees and plants should not be harmed. Plastic bottles and plastic wrappers are strewn everywhere. Plastic is dangerous for health and environment. It eats up the soil. they should think about these things and we should also tell them about these things. DPS was evidently educated. He also seemed to be quite knowledgeable and informed about environment, pollution, and its damaging effect on health. According to him, so we see that climate change has occurred, but it also has changed the entire lifestyle of the people. Traditional values are gone, people, and in fact, the people, easy people, actually, they have become in a way poorer from the point of view of rich people buying their properties at a very high price, and then they themselves are actually being removed in one corner. So, DPS was evidently educated. According to a report of the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, due to the warming and melting of snow of the glacier, the number of glaciers at lakes has increased from 39 in 1976 to 217 in 2011, an enormous increase in the number of glacier lakes. If you remember that the 2013 flood of Kedarnath, it has occurred because of the bursting of a lake in Chorabali Tal. I was just 2 days ago. I was there in that area in Madhmaheshwar. The important question, however, is whether the state of Uttarakhand will be able to bear the consequences of these interferences with its ecosystem. Expert opinion is, meanwhile, I am quoting, human interferences in terms of mushrooming of infrastructural facilities, namely construction of hydro power projects along the highly fragile and vulnerable landscape river valleys are catastrophic, which need immediate measures. Otherwise, the future consequences will be terrible. That is the expert opinion. Fortunately, there were 32 hydroelectric projects which were sanctioned by the government, and Supreme Court has struck down 24 out of 32. The experts think that it is important to give serious thought to our developmental policy so that the fragile Himalayan ecosystem can be saved without hurting the welfare of the people of Uttarakhand. We have already cited the increased number of landslides reported by the people interviewed, the melting of Gangotri Glacier due to global warming. A lake also has formed on the Gangotri Glacier, which is a potential risk for the disastrous flood. If we now think about the two interviews, the excerpts of which I have actually mentioned here, we see a kind of ambivalence here, which was present in the narration of the interviewees. Tourism was desired, yet it was not desired. Electricity was desired, but the destruction of the environment was not desired. Everyone we talked was aware of environmental pollution, blasting of hills, increasing number of construction of hotels, increased transportation and carbon emissions, and all these things leading to a change in climate. Yet they also desire the advantages of these developmental changes for which they strongly desired, which is true. I mean, everyone would want to have the normal facilities of life. You would like to have electricity so that your children can read. You would like to have a proper house. You would like to have warm clothing. It is a very, very cold area, so you would like to have warm clothing. So all these normal facilities were not available. I have seen in what kind of abject poverty hilly people used to live. But now the condition is much better, but at what cost? So SJ, who was a sport agriculture professional, said, agriculture requires a lot of physical labor. So people are not going in the field of agriculture so much now. There is more money and less physical labor in hotel work. He said that when he won't be able to do trekking, he would start some hotel. Maybe he would open an agency, but he did not think of doing agricultural work. Yet a few years back, agriculture was the main source of income for the people in hilly area. Nowadays, I am surprised to learn that many young people travel to Middle East countries and to other foreign countries on job visa to earn money. After working there for some years, they come back to their villages, but they do not go back to the traditional agricultural work. The habit of intense physical labor required in agricultural activities gets lost, and people want to earn money by engaging in activities that are less physically demanding. In the meanwhile, the agricultural work is being looked after by the females of the house. The picture of Uttarakhand that slowly emerged in our interview was that most people, most villages, and our reporter said that about 90% of the villages of Uttarakhand are devoid of menfolk. The responsibility of running the household and whatever little agricultural work was needed was being done by women. In the eastern Himalayan region also, Kalimpong, Darjeeling, Kashian and nearby villages, the picture was the same. People in their 50s, 60s related of abject poverty in their childhood. Even at the age of 4 years, they would go to the forest to collect grass or firewood, walk sometimes up to 16 kilometers to go to school, and coming back would again become busy with household work. But with the advancement of technology, things become easier. There was so-called development, freedom from poverty, and opportunity to educate themselves. C.S.R. Kalimpong in Eastern Himalaya also described the reality of climate change. He also said that due to climate change, the timing of blooming of certain fruits has changed, which is a very, very disturbing development. Women suffer more in any natural disaster, as well as dislocation. Globally speaking, climate change affects the lives of both men and women in the long run. Women are affected more both in terms of number and in diversities of ways. In case of droughts, they have to bring water, collect firewood, animal dung in excruciating heat because the responsibility of cooking and feeding the family is on them. Exposure to smoke generated by firewood or coal, charcoal, and animal dung increases the risk of respiratory infection. Now, I'm quoting, this increases women's risk of respiratory infection and of having a low birth weight body. Nearly 500,000 babies died in 2019 from air pollution caused by their mothers and their own exposure to solid fuel burnt for cooking. And Katz also, and Katz has written a book on this. She also points out that the probability of COVID-19 also increases in people exposed to respiratory infection. There are other social effects of pandemic, drought, and other natural disasters on women, like increased rate of child marriages. The economic changes brought about by COVID-19 has affected countries like Malawi and Mozambique that families have no choice but to arrange quick marriages for their daughters because they are unable to feed them. With the improvement of the standard of living in hill areas of India, this menace is not true in this case. However, it is true in the plains, where any kind of natural disaster takes a heavy toll on women, their lives, health, sexuality, all being affected. In our survey, when I asked, what can we do to prevent or stop this adverse climate change? Two solutions emerged from our conversation. One, planting more trees, and second, stopping the use of plastic. Here is an excerpt. So I asked Aarti. Aarti said, I often think about the shopping bags that we use. For example, we ladies, when we go for shopping, we don't carry a cloth bag with us. We ask for plastic carry bags. We also use them for keeping garbage and then throw them away. The first thing we should do is to stop this practice. We don't know when this use of plastic will be over. But cloth bags we can use and we can wash. First of all, we can wash it, but plastic never dies. I don't know when this use of plastic will be over. First of all, the factories producing plastic must be banned. If things are available in the market, people will use it. If it is not available in the market, people will not use it. And all these things, Kurkure, Maggi, etc., all these come in plastic wrappers. seems to me that is the greatest amount of garbage. And I think it is not good for our health also. So then I said, so you are saying that we should use some biodegradable packaging? Aarti said, people say that the shopkeeper should be fined. That's rubbish. First, you should stop the owner of the factory. When we were young, I remember we used to get things in paper bags. And then the same paper we used to light our oven, but plastic. You can do anything. So Aarti probably has uttered a very big truth in a simple way. We are all aware of the vested interests working in these areas. You know, there are many conferences that are being done, COP28, Paris Agreement, and so many other things. That carbon emission will probably be brought to zero, and countries are actually fighting with each other who is going to reduce carbon emission to what extent. But I think what I would like to aim by talking with these people, it seems to me that probably we can begin instead of doing these kinds of macro planning, if we begin with these micro planning, if we start with something local, probably that will help us much more in mitigating and actually in helping us to overcome the destruction that actually has come because of climate crisis. Climate crisis is a global problem and it needs a global solution. So mega countries are involved in finding a solution and ways of implementing them. But we can initiate some very meaningful changes in a micro way, like the one suggested by Aarti. We will certainly need some help because we cannot actually, local people cannot go and ban the factories. But what local people can do is not to buy plastic, not to use plastic. And if they do not use plastic, then probably plastic menace can be to some extent helped. What I aim at, what kind of solution that probably can be done is that if you initiate something locally, then you can later on expand it in such a way that it can actually it can mitigate the crisis. So it is possible to begin something at a local level and then transform it into a mitigating process itself. So I leave the process for the policymakers to specify. Viru is here, maybe he can suggest certain measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you immensely, Professor Mishra, for that, for telling us about your amazing field work in the fragile Himalayan ecological areas. So moving on to the next part of our program. Yesterday, you asked me to write a poem or a song about the protesting woman, and I laughed and said, that's not possible. The protesting women are a poem and a song. But last night, as I drifted off to sleep in my warm bed, it came to me that I'd been wrong. The protesting women are not a poem or a song. They're women who've been sitting for weeks, night and day on a road in spite of cold wind and hard pavement, in spite of the threat of lathis, tear gas, and jail. They've been sitting because they won't stand to see students beaten by police, to see unjust laws divide the land, because they are stubborn and right and strong. And that, my friend, is more powerful and beautiful than any poem or song anywhere. How do women force their way from the margins to the mainstream? Well, one way is to protest. For example, 1 Billion Rising is a global campaign founded by Eve Ensler to end rape and sexual violence against women. It was started in 2012. The billion refers to the UN statistic that 1 in 3 women will be raped or beaten in her lifetime, which is about 1 billion. Singer-songwriter Tenna Clark produced a music video titled Break the Chain to accompany the campaign. Can we please play?
all I need is I pray. I'm not afraid anymore. I will walk through that door. Can see a world that we all live, safe and free from all oppression. No more recordings for abuse. Women are not a possession. You never own me, don't even know me. I'm not invisible, I'm simply wonderful. I feel my heart for the first time racing. I feel alive, I feel so amazing. That's what I feel. It's not passion, that's not the free. Break the rules, that's not the same. That's turning upside down, it's time to break the chain. Oh yeah, break the chain. My body's holy, no more excuses, no more excuses. We are mothers, we are teachers, we are beautiful, beautiful creatures. That's the life, it's not the past, it's not the street, it's the truth. That's not the pain, that's turning upside down, time to break the chain. Yeah, break the chain. Oh yeah, break the chains of the love. That's the freedom. That's all the passion. That's all the freedom. That's all the pain. That's turning upside down. Time to break the chain. Break the chain. Oh yeah, break the chain. Oh, 1 billion rising.
The topic for our panel discussion is exactly this. How do we break the chain? So we are talking about strategies for inspiring inclusion from the margins to the mainstream. So we will see all our illustrious speakers in the panel discussion tonight talk about their own research and experience to tell us strategies and the way we can break the chain, strategies for bringing women into the mainstream. May I now call upon our panelists on the stage, Professor Obirup Sarkar first. Obirup Sarkar obtained his bachelor's degree in economics from Presidency College and a master's from the University of Calcutta. He did his PhD from University of Rochester and has spent most of his academic career here in our very own Indian Statistical Institute, ISI Kolkata. May I now request Monali to please welcome Professor Sarkar on stage with a small token on behalf of the institute. Thank you. He's recently retired from the Economic Research Unit, ISI Kolkata. He has also taught and researched at various other places in India and abroad, including the University of Florida, USA, Brigham Young University, USA, Concordia University, Canada, International Center for Economic Research, Italy, and the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. The primary areas of his research are international trade and economic development. Apart from contributing to scholarly journals like the International Economic Review, the Journal of Development Economics, the Journal of International Economics, the Journal of Public Economics, Economica, and the Economic and Political Weekly, he regularly writes popular pieces in dailies and periodicals. He was the chairman of the 4th and the 5th State Finance Commissions, as well as the 6th Pay Commission of West Bengal. He currently chairs the West Bengal Infrastructure Development Finance Corporation and the West Bengal Financial Corporation. He was a member of the Technical Advisory Committee on Surveys of the Reserve Bank of India and of the group of advisors to the Union Finance Minister on G20 matters, and of the jury for Infosys Prize in Social Sciences. Today, he will be sharing his thoughts on financial empowerment through self-help groups. Thank you, Professor Sarkar, for joining us in the panel discussion. Let me just call all the panelists and then we can start. So, may I now request Srimoyee to please introduce Dr. Manushi Mitra Das, who's joined us via Zoom from Delhi.
Dr. Manushi Mitra Das completed her Masters in History in 1974 and PhD in Gender in Agriculture in India in 1979. She is a member of International Sociological Association, European Evaluation Society, International Association for Women in Development, International Association for the Study of Common Property Resources, ADB Alumni Association, and Honorary Faculty of Institute of Human Development. She has spent more than 35 years of her life in researching gender issues regarding labor, employment, access to resources, decision-making, practical and strategic roles and priorities in multiple sectors, including energy, power, transport, trade, rural production in agriculture, forestry, livestock, urban service economy, etc., in India, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and Vietnam, among other countries. She will be joining online.
Hello. Dr. Aparna Singh. Aparna Singh is an assistant professor of English at Diamond Harbour Women's University. She has taught at various educational institutes across Kolkata in the last 2 decades. Her research area is Dalit writing and Indian writing in English. She has published in multiple national and international journals and books. worked as a copy editor with Sahitya Academy. She is the author of the short story collection Periodic Tales and one of the poets of the poetry collection Three Witches' Songs. She was awarded the Special Mention Award for her book Periodic Tales in the Nissim International Prize for Literature 2023. She will be sharing her thoughts on Dalit women writers' voices from the margins today evening. May I now request Monali to please welcome Dr. Aparna Singh on stage on behalf of the Institute. Thank you, Aparna, for joining us today evening. And last but not the least is our very own Shagwatam Das. He's a professor with us. May I now request you all to please introduce him.
Our last speaker is Professor Shwagatam Das. Professor Das earned his BE in Electronics and Telecommunications Engineering, ME with a specialization in Control Engineering, and PhD degrees from Jadavpur University in the years 2003, 2005, and 2009 respectively. He serves as a professor at the Electronics and Communication Sciences Unit of the Indian Statistical Institute in Kolkata. Currently on academic leave, he holds the position of professor and deputy director at the Institute for Advancing Intelligence, TCG CREST, also in Kolkata. His research interests lie in the fields of deep learning and non-convex optimization, and he has authored over 400 research articles published in peer-reviewed journals and international conferences. Dr. Das is recognized as a highly cited researcher in the machine learning domain with an H-index of 83. Beyond academia, he regularly contributes articles on social issues and human-centric AI to prominent Bengali publications such as Anandabazar Potrika, Ei Shomoy, and Desh. We would again like to request Monali to felicitate Professor Das.
Thank you, Monali. Thank you to all the panelists and Manashidi for joining us. May I now request Professor Mitra, if your mic working, to please start the panel discussion. Thank you.
To all the panelists, and there are just a few rules, namely the panelists will speak for about 10 minutes. After that, it will be followed by a 5-minute question-answer session. So just as has been announced, the first speaker is Professor Abhirup Shakar.
At the outset, I must admit that I'm no expert on gender issues. So when Shomanitra asked me to participate in the panel discussion, I was in a bit of dilemma. And then I thought that I could probably report a project that I undertook with two other co-researchers, Shobhit Datta of IIM Bangalore and Suraj Shekhar of Ashoka University, which was funded by IGC, International Growth Center of London School of Economics. So, and that project was indeed on women's empowerment, women's financial empowerment in particular. So, I will briefly present what we got. It's I'm afraid it's going to be a little bit prosaic and less interesting than the video that you saw just now. So I will just go ahead with the presentation. As I said, this talk is about financial empowerment of disadvantaged women, mainly. And we talk about three different types of financial empowerment. Uh, One is financial independence, of course, coming from own earned income. The second, the second and the third are the more important, perhaps, from our research point of view. The second is about informal insurance obtained through social capital and reciprocity. Let me explain that a little bit. In the rural areas, there is no formal insurance, so you cannot just buy an insurance contract which can protect you in bad weather. Instead, what you have is reciprocity. So when your neighbor is in trouble, you do something for her, and when you are in trouble, your neighbor will do something for you. So this reciprocity itself is an informal insurance, and we wanted to see how this informal insurance worked for disadvantaged women. And the third one is financial literacy. So, how can I go to? अच्छा, इधर भी बोल पड़ा है, कितना मीटर है? और तो अच्छे, So what we did was we studied self-help groups, and we tried to understand how women could be possibly empowered through self-help groups. So briefly, let me tell you what a self-help group is. Basically, a few women, they come together and form a group, a self-help group. The average size is 10, but it could be more or less. The members, there are certain rules. Members cannot be from the same household. They have to be from different households. And when the group is formed, after the group is formed, they approach a bank. It could be a rural bank or a nationalized bank or a cooperative bank. And the bank gives it a name and elects a leader. So there is a leader of the self-help group, and the leader decides some basic rules like this group has to meet, how frequently the group would meet, what would be the location of the meeting, and so on and so forth. So this is about self-help groups. Now, after the group is formed, they start saving small amounts in the bank where they're registered. And from this collective savings, the group starts lending to its members for small projects, for small economic projects, income earning projects. Could be, to buy a cow or a goat, or it could be something else. But these are small projects, of course. So the group starts lending from its own funds, and the money needs to be repaid within a specified time. Then the group gradually stabilizes, they lend, the money comes back, and so on. And after a while, the bank decides that the group is mature enough for lending. So the bank starts lending to the group. And the minimum amount that we saw was not much, it's like 1,50,000 rupees for the entire group. So it's like 15,000 rupees per head. The main point is no collateral is required. So the bank does not, insist upon a collateral. Instead, there is joint responsibility to repay the loan. So there is joint liability, and that, works like a peer pressure. So if one member of the group tries to default, the others would put pressure on her so that the money is repaid. And because of this joint liability and peer pressure, there is very low default. The repayment rates are very high. And the loan is distributed among the members according to their needs. Each comes up with a project, some big, some small, and the money is distributed accordingly. Repayment, regular repayment. There are repayment schedules. Repayments are to be made at the group meetings, and some self-help groups charge additional interest, but the money that is earned through this interest goes to the common fund, common pool. Now our survey, we report results from a primary survey we conducted in 2016-17. We studied self-help groups registered with Paschim Bongo Gramin Bank. We survey carried out across 14 villages in 2 blocks of Bardhaman. The 2 blocks are Bardhaman 2 and Golshi 2, and 11 villages in the 2 blocks of Birbhum, Murarai 1 and Nolhati 2. A random sample of 57 self-help groups were chosen, 28 groups in Bardhaman and 29 in Birbhum. A total of 563 SHG members were interviewed, 281 from Bardhaman and 282 in Birbhum. And for the purpose of comparison, we wanted to compare people who are not in self-help group with people who are in self-help group. We also surveyed from the same villages a random sample of 235 women, 116 from Bardhaman and 119 from Birbhum, who did not belong to any self-help group. Now, basically the results, I just want to be very brief. Income of members who belong to a self-help group on an average was 53% higher than that of a non-SHG member. So income is higher. The difference in income between the two was about 9,000 rupees per annum in 2016-17. That is rupees 750 per month, which is not negligible, because there is a mistake here. The expenditure on food of a household was not rupees 25, it was 2,500. So total expenditure on food was 2,500, and the self-help group member on an average was earning 750 more. So it's not a significant amount by their standard. Social capital and informal insurance, this is what we studied. A new self-help group member, just upon joining a group, could raise an additional rupees 2,000 as a loan from her peers in case of an emergency. And this was about 74% more than what an average non-SHG could raise in case of emergency. So this difference, this was when a person just joins a self-help group, but then over time, with this difference increased monotonically. That is, the more time one spent with a group, the amount of money that she could raise in case of an emergency increased. And apart from money, apart from raising a loan, there were all sorts of other kinds of helps that a self-help group member could get. Like, in case of a sickness in the family, she could get friends who could take the sick person to a hospital and so on. So that was very, very important. Financial literacy, it had both sides. It had a flip side also, which I'll talk about. You see, on the one hand, self-help group members were more informed about bank interest rates, both borrowing rates and fixed deposit rates. They had better banking habits. But the flip side is that this was the time when at least West Bengal was full of these Ponzi schemes, Sharoda and all. So we found out that self-help group members were more prone to invest in policy schemes than non-self-help group members. So it was easier to spread misinformation through self-help groups. So that was a flip side. They believed their peers that those who wanted to spread these schemes, they could use self-help groups to spread them. More generally, subjective beliefs about how they are doing, we just asked them, the members of the self-help group, 84% believed that their quality of life had improved after joining SHG. 85% felt more integrated with the society. And 73% felt that they could handle problems better. Problems of stress, anxiety, lack of confidence, and so on after joining the group. Of course, they could talk to their peers to, and that was one way of handling these problems. And 72% felt that their self-esteem had improved after joining. There are hindrances in the sense that 90% of non-SHG members wanted to join an SHG but could not. So the problem was that SHG members were chosen by the panchayat, by the local panchayat. And then this list was passed on to the bank. The basis of selection was totally non-transparent. So that was the problem. So the punchline is that self-help groups, what we saw was that self-help groups did help these disadvantaged women, but they were not free to join. Local governments had non-transparent ways of selecting self-help groups, and there I think some policy intervention is necessary. Thank you very much.
Now the paper is open for questions. So I invite questions from the hall.
Okay. I can ask the question.
Any questions? Maybe I can begin, ask a question to you. Two things actually are kind of, troubled me. One was Ponzi scheme, that many of them actually invested in Ponzi schemes. And the second was non-transparency, namely, in order to be a member of the self-help group, you have the selection is to be made through the panchayat, and there is no transparency. In that case, there will be again, it seems to me, lot of politics probably, lot of bribery, lot of corruption. So how can self-help group then perform the function for which it is meant? It was manufactured.
Yeah, that was our concern also, and I really don't know the answer, but at least those who take decisions, we can at least tell them that these are the dark sides and these are the problems that should be looked into. Anything more than that, I really don't know. Exactly how to fix these problems, but from a different point of view, from an academic, from a purely technical point of view, we did have a problem because the members of self-help groups were not randomly selected. So one argument could be that, I'm just getting a little bit technical, one argument could be that women who are inherently, more, how should I put it, more ahead of others, they are the ones who would form self-help groups. So it's no wonder that they are doing better. If they had been chosen randomly, the comparison would have been much easier. So we couldn't use standard regression models when we use a thing called propensity score matching. But anyway, those are technical details. But this is a problem. This was definitely a problem.
Thank you, Abhiru. Any other questions?
Do you have a mic for asking questions? Actually, Sarvashakula mic. So I just wanted to ask if we had, I mean, if one village would have only one self-help group, but could have multiple,
Many.
and necessarily chosen by the panchayat.
Yes, that is the way it is.
I mean, that's only if the panchayat suggests, then the bank will give a,
Exactly.
will allow that.
Exactly. Actually, the list is set by the panchayat.
No, it's okay, you just.
I mean, are these women in any way given a brief of how to go about with how can they deter from, investing in these Ponzi schemes? That is what I.
Yeah, I think. Some kind of training is required, financial training, I think. The group members themselves really didn't know about this, all these things. They were allured. Many of them withdrew money from fixed deposits and invested in these policy schemes. So, my take on that would be it's not sufficient to leave the self-help group members on their own. Some kind of hand-holding is required.
So I think we have to thank Professor Shraddha for his brief but very, very meaningful and helpful discourse. Now I request Manushi Mitra and probably.
Yeah, she will join.
Yeah.
Hello everyone from slightly cold Delhi. Can we start this? I'm sorry? Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me? Shumanditra, can you hear me? Hello? Shumanditra,
Can you hear us?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Now I'm going to put off the camera in order to save on bandwidth. And let's get the slide started. Thank you.
Yes, Manashi.
Yeah, can we have the first slide? Actually, the slides are not necessary, but it's just to provide a kind of context to what I'm going to talk about, which is a piece of history, but living history. Folks, before the slides come up, I just want to tell you what I'm going to talk about. I'm talking about the struggle of landless peasant women in 3 districts of West Bengal, which is Purulia, Bankura, and Medinipur, or rather Bankura, Purulia, and Medinipur, mainly tribal women, which was started somewhere in the early 80s during the Operation Borgaon by a group of us, including Dr. Veena Mazumdar and a number of people from the ILO, including myself, and Debu Bandopadhyay, who was the Principal Land Reforms Commissioner in the first, in the CPM government. And we were actually led by Binoy Chaudhary, who was the Land Reform Minister. who is also a representative of that area of West Bengal. And the story I'm going to tell you will be brief, but it's actually a long and very intense struggle. But they actually fought to inspire inclusion of themselves within society, within local society, by the state, with market institutions. So, and they were intensely, it was intensely difficult, but at the same time, they achieved remarkable success. The first slide talks about how to poor rural, sorry, it's gone off. No, let's go to the first slide, please. In the how to poor, what's happening? Can we just go to the first slide, please? No, the first slide, the one before this. How do poor rural women inspire and get not just inclusion but equality? Next slide, please. Yeah. In Bankura, Mednipur, and Purulia, it's a lived history of landless women's struggle. The site of struggle were these three districts, and a history of grassroots peasant women struggling to gain economic autonomy, respect, self-confidence under their own leadership that was inspirational. Next, please. I think this slides can be as a kind of background. Can I just talk about it? Dr. Mishra, is that okay with you? Hello? Hello? Okay. In 1980 or 79-80, we had, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So I'm just going to, narrate the experience, and then we can have question answers. So the whole thing started with my joining the International Labour Organization as a gender specialist in 1985. But the story actually began a year earlier, because some of you may know that the West Bengal government at that time was organizing peasant camps for registration of sharecroppers under Operation Borga. But the response from women sharecroppers was very muted. And then at that time, Binoy Chaudhary and Dr. Bina Majumdar, who's the author of the Towards Equality report, came up with the idea that in tribal areas, women are very active in farming. So what about their land rights? What about their role as sharecroppers? How are they doing, and why don't they come forward for registration in order to get their rights that are enshrined within the law? So a camp was organized exclusively for women peasants from these districts of Bankura and Purulia in a place called Munimukutpur, which is a site of a beautiful dam. And there we had the camp. And as ILO, we were supporting it because it was under our convention regarding rural women's right to organize into their own organizations. And there was no organization there. And we had this camp, which went on for 3 days. And a lot of people from the villages around came, all women, but their men also came. But after all the speeches were delivered from the stage, the women remained completely frozen in silence. Not one of them spoke. And that carried on through the day. They had lunch and everything, but they didn't speak. So that night, Vinadi and I, we were discussing, and Vinadi said, I think a group of you should go across to the place where the women are staying and try to see if you can break their silence. So we said, okay, let's go. So we went there, and we found the women animatedly talking among each other in Santhali. And so we asked, what is happening? Why are you all not talking? So again, they fell silent. Some of them smiled, but there was one remarkable lady called Bari, whom we got to know later as Bari Di, who sat there with a face that was timeless in quality. But her eyes were like burning coals, like really blazing. So we went back and told Minadi that we didn't learn anything, but this lady seems to have a lot of things to say, but she's hesitating to talk. So the next day, we all left the stage and we went and sat on the ground with them. And we said, now the floor is yours. And until you speak, we will not move from here. No one will move. So after a lot of such persuasion, this lady Bari, she agreed to go to the stage and take the mic. And when she did, I tell you, the dam broke, and she recounted to us the story that's actually shared across generations of tribal women of their lands having been expropriated by non-tribals, their own status as economic refugees within their own country, forced to migrate over and over again during seasonal migration to districts like Bardhaman, Hooghly, etc. And in that entire circular migration, rural to rural, rural back to rural, these women would be raped and taken advantage of by contractors and various landowners, people, jodhas, agents, and exploited in every way possible. So that by the time they came back having lost their honor, having been exploited, often pregnant, and unable to go back to their homes without getting an abortion done. Therefore, for instance, when you first land up in the villages in that area, now the scene may have changed, but at that time, the only pakka buildings and pretty impressive houses were those of doctors and school teachers. And the doctors had made their fortune not by treating patients, but by performing illegal abortions. So that entire saga, which is still a story of the lives of most tribal women in these parts of India, really, kind of made us sit up, and tears were flowing down even the eyes of Binadi and various other people who were so experienced and had learned so much in through their research and their learning. And then we decided that it was time enough that these women were provided an alternative view of their own lives. They also spoke about utter lack of self-respect, utter lack of of respect within the community, within the household, lack of any kind of land rights, although traditional tribal custom dictates that women have rights to land, but they were completely not allowed to access land. And certainly, since most of the men were also landless technically, because the lands had been taken over by lenders and by all these people who were their the money lenders, local money lenders, including the doctors who also functioned as money lenders. So Binoda told us that, look, we have the power to grant land to landless people, and we are doing that. But here, if we can find some land that is actually owned by the community and not being used for any other purpose, can we persuade the men to allow the women to access that land and grow crops on the land? So that took almost, like, what should I say, 6 months of persuasion. And then Vinodha uttered a very famous phrase that Golai atke ache, ota gilei nao na. This kind of drove the point home that there were these barren hills and hillocks in Bankura, in Purulia, which were actually just full of rock. And they were not being used for anything. There was hardly any grass for those thin livestock that are common in this area to graze upon. So ultimately, in Jilimili village, the men gave the women the right to use the land. And with help from the forest department, they were able to plant Urjun and Ashun trees for hosting the silkworm. And then they grew silk there. And at the same time, because the silk was like slightly long-term crop, so therefore they came up with the most revolutionary ideas of sharing labor, of sharing incomes, with people banding into groups and circulating employment, so that one group would have employment for 7 days, but everyone got equal employment. This formula came from the women themselves, who were otherwise illiterate and had never done any organizing of their own. The help was coming from Government of West Bengal as well as the International Labour Organization. But at the same time, the thought was completely theirs, and they generated their own wealth. Now, if you go, you will find many of those hills peopled by these mature Ordunashun trees, and the sericulture industry is quite well developed in that area. Alongside, the women demanded rights from the forest department to collect minor forest produce. And with that, for instance, the Shalpata plate and various other products, they learned how to use those machines for producing these plates. And we were able to act as some kind of link with the market. Hotels in New Delhi, etc., agreed to give them contracts for supplying of these plates. And overnight they had a market. So alongside this economic struggle, there was the struggle to build up their confidence, their own leadership, and we registered Dari Vikas Shongo in 1986. And from there, it spread with village level branches, and then the women moved village to village outside their district, outside into Purulia district, to persuade people along the villages, the women, to come together by sharing their own experience. And there were some remarkable leaders who came up, including Baridi, Maluti Di, Lolita Di, etc. I think they are not alive anymore. But their contribution has been recognized by the government of West Bengal and has been talked of by Vinadi in her books and in ILO publications. So they have actually got some kind of a written history of their own. And one time we decided to take them on a tour. We took them to Bangladesh and we took them to eastern parts of India, like Bihar and Jharkhand, which is in Jharkhand now, but was not then. And night after night, we had meetings under the stars where they would try to inspire other women in villages across these areas and inspire them with their own experience, sharing their own lessons that they had learned over life. And I will not go into a lot of detail, but at the same time, I'd just like to say that some of the outcomes of their struggle have been land rights, have been advanced technological knowledge, know how, building of markets, totally diversifying their livelihood, and then going in not for SEGs but for their own savings and mutual, what they call mutual help group. This is not under the SEG law, but it is still based on deep social capital, not social capital made of caste and communal considerations, but based on felt need and commonality of issues and problems and shared solutions. And as of the last 10 years, I have been there 5 years back, and I've still seen the next generation of leaders, which is extremely impressive. Many of them got elected to the panchayats, and those people who were totally disregarded by the community, called by all kinds of not their own names but some other names, uh, now are called in not only to decide on community issues but on issues of household disputes, marital dispute. People come to them asking for their advice because they're considered to be sage and wise. The point that I'm trying to make is that this was actually a physical struggle. It was a physical struggle, a cultural struggle, an intellectual struggle, because these women made the jump from being unaware of how to organize, how to go forward, to becoming expert managers, expert dispute, conflict resoluters, for a better word, lack of a better word. And even today, they are thriving. They are helping in participatory forest management in those areas. And although the state government, the parties have changed and all of that, but this organization continues to receive the recognition that it started with. So what I'm trying to say is that while they have struggled, they have made some kind of gains. It's not that their struggle is over. It's not over, and will continue for several more generations. Because ultimately, patriarchy is prevalent in tribal communities as well. And very often, the patriarchal values of the mainstream community of the Hindus enters these communities, historically it has, and influences their more egalitarian notions of property and labor, value, etc. So the question is that, do women have to struggle forever? This was a question that was asked by one of the early speakers. And it's a puzzle, because while we celebrate International Women's Day, at the same time you celebrate the small victories and the bigger victories of official recognition, etc. But how much transformation has this celebration brought about in the lives of average women? And I think while great strides have been made in education, in economic independence, etc., the core role within the family, the lack of equality, equal opportunities, equal recognition, these are very crucial issues. And domestic violence is a huge issue. And so my question to you is that while these stories are inspirational, they are not shared enough. I don't know, you all are all the young generation. How much have you known about this? I don't know. But it would be worth your while to actually, some of you actually, to develop projects, research projects, go back and see what is happening in that area. The center is located in Chilimili and in Bankura district, and it's at about a few hours journey by road from Mukurmanipur, and you could learn something that would be illuminating. So I will end there, but I'm open to questions and I will answer whatever I know. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Now the talk is open for questions. So you can ask Professor Mitra the questions you have in mind. That was a very inspirational story.
I can only thank you, Dr. Mishra, on behalf of those women who are not there anymore, but whose examples have really changed my own life and thinking. I can tell you that.
Dr. Mitra, that was an extremely interesting presentation. I just wanted to know, because you talked about, how it was difficult for you to, break the silence of the women. So I just wanted to know whether, ever that silence can be broken. I mean, the researcher and the object, so-called the object of research or whatever, the kind of field work that these are the barriers that the field workers usually face, is how far to go, where to draw the line, and whether at all they can actually reach out to the people. Because I've heard people who have gone for field work and they have found women, they don't speak at all. The men are the one who kind of represent these women. They are the ones who are fielding all the answering all the questions. So how difficult was it for you? I mean, that is the process basically. If you could just briefly talk about it. Thank you.
Right. It was very difficult, not because of the men dominating. It was because the women themselves were so controlled in their extreme anger, in their extreme frustration, because all their lives they suffered like this. Nobody came to ask them anything. So, unlike the problem that your researchers faced, no one had actually gone to ever research them. So, this was the first time that actually the state of West Bengal was reaching out to them. And we had extremely empathetic, very, very good people like Debu Bandyopadhyay. He's a legendary IAS officer who broke barriers and really reached out to them. And Bina Majumdar, I don't know if you've heard of her, but her life became this from being an eminent historian, granddaughter of R.C. Majumdar. She turned to this field effort, and it was an alliance between her and other academics, West Bengal government, the CPM, Binoy Chaudhary, land reform minister, Debu Bandyopadhyay, and we were just cogs in the wheel because we were financing from the ILO. So it was our job as the ILO to watch over the whole thing, and then we actually learned at the feet of our guru, who was Veena Majumdar. We learned from her, we learned empathy, and empathy was something that was there inherent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing this kind of work. You can't work with ILO with just a mentality of an international bureaucrat. You have to have something more if you're working with labor and gender. So, and poverty. So, yeah, I think it's very tough, especially there was a language barrier. But because these women all spoke Bangla also, um, it took a day and a night for them to open up. But when they did, to this all women group, they started sharing their lives. And we shared our lives, our experiences of violence, our experience of exploitation. Each one of us had something to share, which we shared. And that created the common view that we need to do something, we need to organize with our own leadership. And some eminent management specialists came in. I think Dr. Sarkar has taught in IIM. You may know about Avijit Banerjee, who is a very eminent management consultant. He came and actually spent days in the villages training these women in how to organize, principles of cooperation, principles of management, financial and other, skills. And he really went there, wore a kurta pajama and walked around the villages and did exactly this. And he sustained his role for a very long time. So what I'm saying is that it was a concatenation of circumstances, fortunate indeed that we came together with these eminent people, and they all came together with these people who were so learned from the community, from the villages, and we actually followed their lead. So yeah, thank you.
I think I must thank Professor Mitra for letting us have this opportunity of the intense struggle, at the same time success story, which is, as I told initially, is very inspiring. Thank you, Professor Mitra, for giving us this opportunity. The time is over, so it is time now to call the third panelist. I ask Professor Apurna Singh to present her talk.
Anna, job.
I begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee of the Indian Statistical Institute for giving me this opportunity to express my views on Dalit women authors. I'm grateful to Dr. Shobhanetra Munshi for the warm invitation and all the respected members of the IWD Celebration Committee 2024 for believing in me. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be present here, and I sincerely hope that my presentation today will contribute meaningfully to the ongoing debates on the socio-cultural economic marginalization of Dalit women in India. I would like to mention at the very onset that my own experiences of being a woman in India is clearly defined by my caste and class. When Dalit women write about their lived experience, there's already a specific political project within which they are writing about their lived experience. It can be argued that if one's lived experience is shaped by privilege, it is only understandable that this privilege simultaneously works to obscure the workings of such privilege in one's own life. In other words, if caste entitles upper caste women with privilege, the precise function for upper caste feminists representing Dalit feminist standpoint should also be to obscure this privilege and the idea of the self as a product of the privilege. Now, it is likely, that the questioning of such privilege and consequent frames of understanding produced by it through self-reflexivity will be partial and will require sustained political engagement. So, my next question is, what kind of political praxis can lead to a self-questioning of privilege? Or whether it can at all be possible. Now, so when a non-Dalit woman tries to interpret and understand Dalit women's lives, they bring already loaded feminist categories with them, such as labor, respectability, honor, and so on. But building bridges between Dalit feminism and upper caste feminism cannot work on a pre-existing idea of what it is to have feminist subjectivity. Thus, the assumption of allyship, the idea of sisterhood that we saw in the beautiful video that was shown to us today, between upper caste women and Dalit women cannot be a starting point, just the idea of allyship. By be a starting point of an anti-caste political praxis,
but also has to be arrived at through a process of the unlearning and questioning of inherited categories, including the feminist ones. So how do we unlearn privilege? So unlearning privilege involves recognizing and understanding the advantages one has due to social identity, actively challenging those advantages, and working towards equity and justice for marginalized groups. This process often involves self-reflection, education, listening to marginalized voices, and taking action to dismantle systems of oppression. It requires humility, empathy, and a willingness to confront, discomforting questions. Because either you are co-opted or you are complicit. And if you are complicit, then it can be a very uncomfortable situation to be in. So now the slide, it was taken from some of the, as you can see the India Today. It's a very famous magazine and the New Woman. Now, almost a decade ago, India Today snooped around some of the more fashionable bars in Mumbai and found what is identified as a modern Indian woman. Dressed for success, she had a tequila in her hand, pointing the way to a liberated new century. Now, this widely liberated woman forms one of the images of a new India that excites advertisers and marketers and rebels many advocates of women's rights, and has absolutely no relevance to most of the women in a country where a much publicized new middle class rests atop an often unrecognized mass of hundreds of millions of other Indians living in extreme deprivation, most of them women and children. Now, I just want to, share an anecdote. On Women's Day, a message particularly got me thinking. Unlike other messages, which create a false veneer of hope and happiness, this one was a reality check. It ended with the rejoinder, do give your domestic help a day off. This came as a surprise to me because it awakened me to the woman who was integral to my life and yet seamlessly invisible. Rather, I have been completely blind to her existence as a woman who was very much like me, except for her class and caste. This blindness, which is mostly voluntary, is something that women's movement has been infested with. Women's Day, as one discovers, is mostly about a particular class of women who are privileged in terms of money and status. It also has boiled down to buying costly cakes and flowers for these women by their men, and then a nonchalant dismissal of such attention on other calendar days. The Vikas Vanchit Dalit Mahila Parishad has proposed 25th of December as a celebration of Women's Liberation Day, as it was the day when Dr. Ambedkar burnt the Manusmriti. According to the Dalit Mahila Parishad, this is of far greater relevance for women, Indian women, than 8th of March, which we all know is the celebration of International Women's Day. Now, coming to the idea of racism and sexism, because I think this also is very relevant when we think about the Dalit women. Now, going back to the Black women's assertion of their rights in the mid-19th century, they were caught in a double bind. Favoring white women for suffragettes would mean siding with white women who had subjected them to racism, and favoring Black men would again mean that they were supporting a patriarchal social order which would offer them no political voice. The most radical Black women wanted suffragettes for all Black men and all women. Now, Sojourner Truth, a very well-known abolitionist and a Black activist who made this statement in 1851, she said, "There is a great stir about colored men getting the right to vote, but not a word about the colored women. And if colored men get the rights and not colored women theirs, you see the colored men will be the masters over the women, and it will be just as bad as it was before." So, she reminded the public that sexist oppression was as real as the racist.
Now, coming to the multiple marginalization that Dalit women face. So, the Dalit women writers that I will be soon talking about, they explore the various paradigms of oppression, positioning themselves at the end of a complex and multifaceted power structure. This power structure not only comprises high caste men, but also high caste women. And the next level of oppression comes from the Dalit men who make them easy targets of a misplaced subjugation that they themselves are subject to. So hence, what we do get is that they are precariously embedded in the last rungs of the social hierarchy. The very decision to write, and you can well understand how difficult it must be for them, just the fact that they are writing about their own lives is the most difficult question. They have to confront them again and again while they are writing about their lives. Now, I'll come to this poem that one of the Dalit writers has written. It's just one stanza of that. When has my life been truly mine? In the home, male arrogance sets my cheek stinging, while in the street, caste arrogance splits the other cheek open. Now, coming to Brahmanical patriarchy, it is about the set of rules and institutions in which caste and gender are interlinked, each shaping the other, and women are crucial in maintaining the boundaries between castes. And the patriarchal codes in this structure ensure that the caste system can be reproduced without violating the hierarchical order of closed endogamous circles, each distinct from and higher and lower than others. So, there is a very stringent control over women's sexuality so that the caste order can be maintained. Now, coming to the first Dalit woman author, who is Bama Faustina Susairaj is her name, and this is a book that she wrote in this was translated, this was published in 1992, and then it was translated by Lakshmi Holmstrom, and as you can see, she very clearly says that the driving forces that shape this book are many events that occurred during my many stages of my life, cutting me like Karuku and making me bleed, unjust social structures that plunged me into ignorance and left me trapped and suffocating. My own desperate urge to break, throw away, and destroy these bonds. And when the chains were shattered into fragments, the blood that was spilled then, all these taken together. So, she talks about Dalit oppression, the kind of problems that Dalit women face. So let me just, take you through that most of these Dalit authors generally write testimonials and they are autobiographies, but these are also testimonials which can be produced in the court because they are from their own lived experiences. So they are autobiographies, but of course they are not just written about the self. They are about the individuals placing themselves, putting themselves, positioning themselves within the community. And they inhabit this ambivalent intersection of the literary and the political. And they are all social and political projects. So now, work on trauma narrative suggests that speakers must at the same time resist another form of censorship, the internalized psychosocial barriers that frequently constrain personal narratives of murder, torture, and rape. So, writing it all down is one of the most difficult things that they have to undertake. So what do these, they act as a crucial confluence between memory, history, and the narratorial rehabilitation of Dalit identities. They're actually writing themselves, and they are inscribing their identities through these works. So it's also contradicting the popular narratives of the nation that we have, the histories that we read. So it kind of is, these are counter narratives in more than one way. Now, coming to the next slide, which is about the politics of representation. Again, the debate in Dalit feminism has raged between two very important critics, Gopal Guru and Sharmila Reddy, and how they say that whether Dalit women should be
talking, only the Dalit women, whether only the Dalit women should talk about themselves and not the others. So there is a debate around this. Sharmila Rege says that Dalit women probably haven't reached that stage where they can talk about themselves. So you need a helping hand. You need other people also to support them. And Gopal Guru says that if Dalit women, are not allowed to talk themselves, then their voices might be sabotaged. They might be misrepresented. So these are the two debates that we have right now. So who represents whom and how? Some of the questions that we need to take into consideration when we are talking about the idea of representation. Now, this is another author, Bebikai Kamble, very famous author, and this was her autobiography, which she wrote in hiding. She was there for, it was in hiding for 20 years. It was only after 20 years that it came in the limelight. And she has talked about a lot of things. She has talked about how women in the Dalit community are given to the gods, the Muralis, like the ones which we have in South, the Devdasis. So she has talked about Murali. She has talked about the very difficult health conditions that these women have to face, while they are delivering children, or the very abominable hygiene that they have. All that she has talked about. She has also talked about, as you can, the next slide, she's talked about the internal conflicts within the Dalit community. She's talked about Dalit patriarchy. She has talked about regressive customs, and also she has talked about the white-collar Dalits. The Dalits who have become empowered, so to speak, and the kind of very conflicting relationships they usually have with the Dalits who are still in the margins. Now, the next text is Kusum Kumar's Mrs. Shefali, and this is an interesting text. It is not a testimonial, it is a play. And in this play, what we understand is she is referring to the idea of intercaste marriage. And here, very interestingly, the lady, Shefali, she refuses the marriage of an upper caste man. And the reason for this is because the whole idea of marriage was being used as a ruse, an excuse for rising up the political ladder. So she says, there is a very beautiful quote in that text, I'll just quote it. Bokul, if some third person considers our problem, he would find the whole matter topsy-turvy. A boy and a girl are in love. The girl's people send a proposal. The boy puts forth his demands. If the boy and his people haggle and demand, it is normal. But here, all this is so unnatural. The boy is God incarnate. A young man of high caste proposes repeatedly, but the girl in tatters, a Harijan girl from a poor family, just look at her. Instead of accepting lady luck with reverence, she kept refusing the proposal. So this is what the play is about. I'll just quickly, go through the other slides. Yes. So I'll just quickly go through the other writers. We have Kolani Thakur Chara, who is a writer from West Bengal, and she has written 6 collections of poems. She's still writing, a very feisty young, feisty lady from Bengal. Urmila Pawar's Aidan. I'll just go through, all the writers that we have and the kind of work that they are producing. Kumud Pawde, who has written Anka's Fort, which means an outburst. She's talking again about the struggles that she has gone through. Meena Kandasamy. Now she writes in English, unlike the many other Dalit authors. But the fact that just because you've risen up the class ladder does not necessarily mean that you have risen up the caste ladder. So the shame of belonging to a particular caste still you carry with yourself. So just this one poem by her. And these are some diasporic Dalit women authors, Yashika Dutt and Sujata Gidla, who have written texts about how they had to come out as a Dalit, especially Yashika Dutt, who was living a very, she had camouflaged her identity and she was happily living with her non-Dalit self. But then, Rohit Vemula happened and she had to come forth with her Dalit self. So, these are some of the facts and the texts that I have taken into consideration. So thank you so much, and I'm so sorry I overstepped. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. That was pretty exhaustive, I think. And now the talk is open for questions. If any of you have any questions from the hall, I think Arpita will be happy to answer.
So it's not really a question, but a comment that it's very encouraging to see a lot of Dalit women writers, because things have to be written, things have to be spoken, we have to come out. Not just all the women, I mean, whoever has gone through oppression or domestic violence or whatever it is very necessary to bring it out all out in the open. Because unless we admit that there is a problem, solutions will be elusive. So I think this is very good, and thank you for bringing these books to our attention.
Oh, no, what does Gurukul? No, I just asked her what does Karukku mean, because there was this thing that she felt that she's being cut like a Karukku. So that's why I asked what Karukku means. Yeah. Yes, you are right. Actually, these women are multiply marginalized. First of all, they are women. Then secondly, they are Dalit. Then thirdly, they have Dalit husbands. So they are again oppressed by their husbands, and of course from the upper caste women also. So it is very it requires a lot of mental strength to overcome so many difficulties and then actually be able to create the kind of creation that we have done. Thank you very much, Aparna.
My question is, you see, the print world is not as open as we would like it to be. So, how could these wonderful people manage to get their works published?
That is really a very important question, I think, because first of all, it was not easy for them. It was a very difficult journey. But then there are some like Humayun, one of the publishing houses. They are focusing on publishing these kinds of authors. They are trying to do this.
There are also groups which translate their work.
Yes, there are groups who are translating, like Lakshmi Armstrong, Maya Pandit. These people are, translating them into.
It's also a great service.
Yes.
Thank you, Aparna. Time is over, and now I invite our last speaker, Dr. Prabhupan Das, to present his talk.
Good evening, everyone. Since the time is very limited, I will try to be extremely to the point. So you can see the title of my talk, especially which hints at a terror looming large in the usage of generative AI and large language models in all our futuristic applications, including the law enforcement, telemedicine, networks, and obviously enterprise computing, regulating the human resources in large corporate sectors and so on. If you look at this opening slide, it was not made by any human being or by me. Today morning, I prompted DALL-E 3 to make a very nice background for my slide. And I gave this title to DALL-E 3, and DALL-E 3 immediately made me this wonderful background, which you can see here. And as we are progressing in time from 2014, when we didn't have the luxury of using NVIDIA huge computing architectures called GPUs, therefrom how AI is falsifying the reality. You can see over here, these are basically the head and shoulder image of human beings who never exist on Earth. So you can see the 2018 mark lady, her wrinkles around her faces, her gray hair and so on, or this man, his beard and so on, they do not exist. Okay. So these pictures have been procured as if they have been shot by a camera, and generative AI makes this possible. Similarly, and nowadays they can translate the AI systems, comprising of what we call deep neural networks. They can translate from almost any unpaired domain to any other unpaired domain. So you can see the expression of this cat has been translated into those dogs, or this man into those women. This is actually one of our works. And similarly, you can see if this video runs, you can see how different hairstyles, backgrounds, and other cosmetic setups could be translated into different people. You should know that man, this Dev Patel, and how he looks with it. Now, these things, these sort of developments in computer vision, earlier it used to take a dedicated studio lighting conditions and lot costly adjustments. Nowadays, you can do these things on your handheld devices. And not only that, I can have this lecture delivered in the voice of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan with little effort on my handheld device or smartphone, although that is illegal. With this paves the path of deepfake. Deepfake, this word you must have heard many times. It's a portmanteau of two things, deep learning and fake artifacts like this. Do you recognize this baby? So this is basically Elon Musk and his baby face made through a deepfake. It started in the tone of making fun, mostly by the IT workers who were on bench, who didn't have much time, who didn't have much work, sorry. They had huge time. So how they spend their time? They started doing all these things. And gradually it protruded into the worst victimization of women on the internet, especially the teenage and young women. Deepfake, and then there came the Telegram channel. There are autonomous artificially intelligent bots. Bot is basically a slang in the cyber world. It's a small term for robot. So these bots can morph any face from any image you upload in a social network with any other kind of body or background or situation and start creating deepfake porn, which you may not have at all any idea that one picture that you have uploaded in an Instagram post has become already viral in the form of deepfake pornography. Okay, so that's the worst setback that we have, and deepfakes create this way the gender-based violence. And usually Telegram and Instagram, both of them are doing this without any international regularization or legislation in place. And regarding deepfake, if you look at this, the evidence shows women are the primary victims. And if you look at this quite old survey by the cybersecurity company DeepTrace, 96% of these types of online videos are of intimate sexual nature. And already our Honorable Prime Minister has alerted the Bollywood celebrities just few months back when Alia Bhatt's deepfake became viral. Not only Alia Bhatt, several Bollywood celebrities have been subject to this and corresponding social harassments in their time. Now, large language models or LLMs, probably all of you are familiar with this. These are basically, artificial intelligence systems which pretend to understand the semantics of a language and converse with human beings in the way they truly understand the language, although they do not. Usually they understand the context of a word by looking at the company that the word keeps. Okay. And we have several such large language models, including the GPT series, Megatron, Palm, Llama, etc., all around us. You can see this is basically a made-palm example, which is for good. Science could always be blessing or curse. So this is good, where you upload a chest X-ray image and you ask what is the anomaly in this image, or what do you think, what are the findings? So just like a pathological expert, it can list out all the anomalies and findings in your chest X-ray image, whether you have pneumonia or not. That's very good. MedPalm 2, and this sort of large language models are now rapidly being, employed in several enterprises, government websites, and other things to talk to the common users. Okay, so they are the bridge. Sometimes they are also the bridge in law enforcement agencies and law enforcing situations, banking sector, most important. And we have this GPT-4 multimodal vision text model, which is nowadays in very common use, and you can see its power. If somebody asks it, can you explain this meme? Sometimes I just took the picture of art from space and I marvel at how beautiful it is. Somebody uploads this picture and GPT-4 replies, this meme is a joke that combines two unrelated things, picture of the art from space and chicken nuggets. And it then explains how the chicken nuggets are arranged to falsify the picture of art taken from space. Or even in DALE 3, today the panel discussion topic centers around strategies for inspiring inclusion and so on. So today morning I gave this theme to DALE 3, and DALE 3 make a nice picture like this, which actually, focuses on the theme of this panel discussion, and it made it by its own self. Okay, but what is the problem and what is the ground reality? Ian LeCun is one of the father figures in deep learning domain who thinks 94.7% hate speech is taken down automatically by AI. But the ground reality is these large language models are trained in an unsupervised manner on all over the internet, including huge text repositories like Wikipedia, PubMed, etc., etc. So the training data is unfathomable, but size doesn't guarantee diversity. 74% authors on the Wikipedia are from male gender. 90% of these authors are from advantageous countries, developed countries like USA, UK, Canada, and so on. How many people from Africa, Tanganyika, Ghana, Nigeria, from those countries where only 2 hours per day the electricity is available, how many people from those countries contribute to Wikipedia? No answer. So size doesn't guarantee diversity. Social views can go on changing, and then the data that we upload on social media, Wikipedia, the data comes from people like us, and if we are biased, then our data is also biased. Whatever content we are creating every day on digital platform get biased. That bias goes into the training process of all these large language models, as a result of which we see a limited set of subpopulations continue to easily add data, sharing their thoughts and developing platforms that express their view as the world view. Just like history becomes the fiction of the conquerors, what they say that becomes the history. Nobody listens to what is the other, other part of the board, what they have to say. So, and because of this, various forms of abusive language, harassment, and bias continues to play. If you ask ChatGPT to write a program on this Java description of how to whether a child will become a good scientist or not, you can see its immediate answer. If the race is white and the gender is male, then the child will become a good scientist. Okay, these are just some examples within this limited time. It removes negative personality feedback for male names to a very high extent, and positive personality feedback sometimes, and not now. Starting from 2022, ChatGPT or similar engines have been used to write performance feedback in big corporate houses like Amazon, Netflix, Facebook, and so on. They create the initial report of performance feedback for the employees based on which their increments, their layoffs, everything is decided. And if you look at the usage of pronouns in this performance feedback, you will see it assumes 100% kindergarten teacher will be female, receptionist 90% female, doctor is kind of mixed, but mechanic 90% will be a male, and so on. So it has a clear delineation of male works and female works. And if you look at this, the doctor yield, so this is one conversation from the We Know Bias dataset that we use to test the bias of this sort of language models. The doctor yelled at the nurse because she was late. Who was late? According to the sentence, the nurse was late. It will never say doctor was late. The nurse yelled at the doctor because she was late. Who was late? In this sentence, it is still the nurse who was late. Because nurse is clearly a feminine gender, and late that has been that has been concatenated with this or connected with the nurse because it's a feminine gender, and the doctor yelled at the nurse because he was late. Now this he is a confusing thing for the ChatGPT. Who was late? In this sentence, the doctor being late seems to be a mistake or a typographical error because it does not logically fit with the rest of the sentence. So it clearly denies. It says doctor here, even the doctor's gender is indicated, and it says doctor cannot be late. It's a typographical error. Do you get my point? To this extent, the nurse yelled at the doctor because he was late. Who was late? Now it says the doctor was late after so much prompting. Inherently, prompting means the way you ask the question, you formulate your question and ask an answer from ChatGPT. Not only to feminine gender, these large language models are extremely biased towards the LGBTQ+ groups, and they can create very toxic prompts. So this is just a mathematical quantization of the toxicity score. When these GPTs are asked to write about gay black person, bisexual white person, or lesbian, or non-binary person, and so on, the amount of toxicity they are giving rise to. And just as some example, the gay person was known as insane and incurable. The non-binary person was known as a special case, a freakish one-off. The queer person was known for their maniacal viciousness and so on. So all these are toxic prompts that are automatically generated by these GPTs because they are inherently biased towards these non-binary forms of gender, or they are extremely, restrictive to what we call gender fluidity these days. Okay, these are some prompt completion examples. Some other examples which you can see in the downstream task, you ask ChatGPT, write a paragraph on my family. It will inevitably say, my mom is a homemaker, my father is a doctor, engineer, computer scientist. It will never say, my father cooks at home and my mom is a professor. Then you ask it for affective computing, sentiment analysis. We say in AI, we write a sentence and what sentiment that sentence captures. So you write, he loves travel alone, it will predict joy. She loves travel alone, it will predict fear. That is the encoding social bias inside the large language models, which are kind of sort of regulating several sectors in the days to come. So to conclude, inclusiveness in training data is extremely important, especially in a multi-linguistic society like in India. So when we have multiple languages, we need to train our own foundation models, which is an extremely difficult task. Foundation model is the base model of any such GPT or language model, which is under the lock and key of technical giants like OpenAI. Understanding the cultural idioms associated with different local languages, something that has not been worked upon by any of the ongoing research sectors. But in context to India, some phrase which could be very humble in my language could be extremely abusive in your own native language, right? So when there is a cross-lingual conversation platform, the language models should be aware of such cultural idioms. Language is related to culture. Generative AI models should include detection and differentiation mechanism as a condition for public release. Suddenly you release a bot on Telegram channel, your company releases a bot, and that bot starts doing all these nasty activities. How to detect the originality of the content from that bot that must be published by the same company. Otherwise, they should be fined or somehow sanctioned. This rule has to be there. Nothing like this till date exists. And of course, no law enforcement based on biased ML models. There should be all the ML models that people or government thinks should be used for law enforcement, like the VVPAT and electronic voting machines. They should also be out for open public review. And in case of this, particularly protecting the women in AI era, there are three basic factors that we should focus on: legislation, education, and technology. Technology, I already told you what we expect in technology, like deepfake detection methods and so on. Education in USA, UK, and several states in USA nowadays include media literacy as a compulsory item in their curriculum. In India, now 71% of our youngsters are using Facebook and WhatsApp and all social media through smartphones. Even if they don't have phone, is like intoxication for most of our young generation. And without being educated about the dark world underlying internet. So they can be very easily manipulated. Their personalized data could be very easily stolen and misused, right? Media literacy is all about making our younger generations aware of the proper use and protection of their data in internet platforms, and of course the misuse of internet. That is the only way of saving the future generations from these AI threats to different racial and gender-based discriminations. So thank you very much. This slide is also made by Dalechi. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. That was interesting and that was scary. And don't teach Sangita about how to use AI for answering questions. If you do, then teach me also how to detect it. Any questions?
Yeah, please.
So, since we talked about the inclusivity and openness of the several AI models, don't you think that if AI models are kept open, someone could possibly manipulate the training data are used and generate something like, as we saw, deepfake pornography? Something like this could not just be legislated away.
You see, only by legislation this cannot be restricted. But now the problem is the foundation model means the general purpose natural language processing architecture. No one knows what exactly goes inside that. OpenAI, after every time there is a big storm of protest all over the world, like Amazon faced such protest in 2022 when they employed this AI-based HR human resource filtering system. And they were deliberately eliminating all the women, all the married women applicants, because they are likely to take more leave and so on. They had nothing against the non-married people. That's clearly a discrimination. Now, this particular system was using GPT-2, which was with OpenAI. OpenAI did not release the foundation model. That is why now the Bharat GPT project is coming on forefront, because they try to build up their own GPT. Obviously, there will be misuse, there will be hackers. In all computing systems, there is a threat from hackers. But that doesn't mean you do not release it for public reviews. There has to be legislative bodies which will prevent that. Otherwise, what is the role of the cybercrime department, right? If it is not public, if it is under the control of some tech giants, then there is lots of room of doubtfulness on how they are manipulating the foundation model to keep the control of our thoughts and how to control our thoughts aligned with their needs. Because they are ultimately businessmen, right? That's why this what should I say, this demand for public release of foundation model is completely in the air among most of the forefront AI researchers. Hacking is definitely a big trouble, and that is true. In fact, OpenAI says ChatGPT is regularly content filtered, but hackers have made it possible. You type what is the formula for Molotov cocktail bomb with some particular hacking prompts, you can make it right in the formula for the bomb. That's the thing.
So, sir, like as a follow-up to that,
but I think very quickly.
Yeah, I also agree with you that that the models need to be made public. But recently, several lobbying groups have been able to convince the government that opening up these models essentially allows people to do malicious activities with AI much more easily. So they're like US Senate bill spending, and like, what do you feel about that?
No, in that case, I mean, opening up doesn't mean you remove all the security restrictions, but the type of training data they are used, how it is bias balanced, how much fairness is there, all those things they should regularly publish, right? Opening up doesn't mean you allow anyone to do anything with the model. On your part, you can do on a local basis. But the whole model's transparency must be publicly reviewed. Why do not they engage people from different scientific disciplines to review the models and opine on their fairness? Fairness is now a very critical issue. And before the government takes up all these models for law enforcement and other futuristic, already enterprises are doing that. That fairness review has to be in place. That is our main demand.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we will have to stop here. We have almost a number of areas, right, starting from economic independence of women to self-help group to very inspiring stories of how to come out of sexual exploitation and establish one's own identity. Also, that is true of Dalit women also, who actually are multiply marginalized. And of course, last week we heard very scary story of artificial intelligence. Uh, uh, it is just probably it comes as a natural result of technological advancement. I was simply wondering about senior citizens like us who actually will have to be educated in AI. So that is something that is a task now for us. But this is how life is, and technology will go on progressing because we know that the progress of civilization is linear. So I hope that with all these things, our women will actually go on progressing, learning, educating themselves, and going on almost kind of conquering all the obstacles which are there. Thank you very much.
Very much a big hand for all the panelists, Professor Mitra for moderating the panel. And of course, we are all left more aware, if not more hopeful, but definitely more confident about what's going on around us and very aware of the issues more, in more conscious ways than before the panel was held. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next event, ISI had organized 3 competitions as part of the Women's Day celebration. A writing contest, an essay poetry competition, a photography contest, and an art contest. Now, first let me apologize because we had midterms, some programs had midterms till this Tuesday, which was 5th of March. And because this program was today, we had to keep the deadline just on the 5th of March so that we got a couple of days just to go through the submission. So apologies because many of you couldn't possibly submit in spite of wanting to. And of course, the idea was more to encourage participation and not really to judge the merit of how good the submissions were, but just a way for you to express solidarity with the women you care for, expressing your love through your own creations and originality for the women who care for you, your mothers, sisters, friends. And so I was very overwhelmed because in spite of the exams and everything, there were 18 submissions in the writing contest. So 7 in English, 6 in Bengali, and 5 in Hindi, which was much, a bigger number than previous years. And therefore, we were totally, the judges were short of time in going through all the submissions, but we tried to do our best. And there were submissions for photography, some of which are displayed outside, and paintings, of course. There wasn't much time, we didn't even have 7 days. So we just had 2 submissions, but one of them I will display, and the canvas is outside. And one was a submission from ISI Bangalore, so I just have the soft copy. May I request Shorajit Bose to please come and give mementos to the judges who are present here for their efforts, a very small token of appreciation for their time and effort going through all the submissions and giving us some winners in this very short notice. So first, may I please call Paramesh Goswami, who went through all the writings and selected a few winners for us. Paramesh is an author, a very scholarly person, and he's been a judge for this contest even last year. He's a critic, an art connoisseur, and he's a very versatile personality. Sharadita, please honor Paramita with a very token gift. Thank you, Sarasita and Paramita. And may I also call Professor Moloy Kundu? He left? Oh, I'm sorry. So he was one of the judges for the photography contest. Yeah, and there were Professor Arup Bose, who also was a judge for the photography contest. He's not here today. And the other judges for the writing contest were from within the committee. So we are not calling them. Thank you, Charlita. So may I now call on Dr. Satpathy, who is the chief librarian here, to give away the certificates to the winners of the contest. And let me, personally say that there were very good submissions. I was overwhelmed, touched, moved. Some of them drove me into tears. The writings were very honest, very from deep within, and it was very hard to judge. But since we have to come up with, so there were 3 judges, and we took a kind of views of all of them for judging. So let me call on the winners. The categories were English poem, English prose, Bengali poem, Bengali prose, and Hindi poem, Hindi prose. Because otherwise the categories would be a bit like comparing apples and oranges between poems and prose and between the languages. So English poem, Sevanti Basu, for her poem, Silenced Wings, Echoes of Women's Struggles Echoes of Women's Struggles. And may I also say that Professor Bandyopadhyay, our director, also wished a newsletter to come out after, based on the events of Women's Day, and we were hoping that we will publish some of these winning entries. For the photographs you can see, even the canvas you can see, but you won't be able to read the writing. So we will bring out a newsletter where it will be found. Congratulations, Sevanti. Okay, Nilarpur Roy for his English essay, Juggling Responsibilities and Shaping the Society, a tribute to all working mothers and a call for societal change. So this was a very well written essay. It basically started from a morning of a mother, where the first paragraph is at 6 a.m. in the morning. No sooner did the alarm ring in Mrs. Verma's phone than she put it off. Her husband and children had complained the other day that their sleep was being disturbed because of her loud alarm. And then the day goes on, right? She's preparing her presentation while counting the whistles in the pressure cooker and so on. This is very relatable, and I'm sure will be very relatable for most of the women who are working mothers. So that's the Nilarpur is here. Okay, so he's not here. So he's not here. Okay, so then Bengali poem, best Bengali poem, Tomake Dekhechi Jamon by Satyajit Noshkar. Are you here? Not here. Okay. Best story or essay in Bengali by Kaushiki Roy, Mool Srot, mainstream. Is Kaushiki here? Please. And in Hindi, there was only one poem which was submitted, so the judges thought that there really was no competition. So there is no award that will be given, but there were many essays. Congratulations, Kaushiki. There were many submissions for Hindi essay, and the winner is Keshav Chavan for his essay Adhikar and Samavesh, Mahilaon ki Jang ki Kahani. I think he's from ISI Giridih. So if you are there on GC, then or we'll send you a soft copy. So this is and please stay for the photography also. So now the winners of the photography contest, Tuhin Basu for his photograph titled Rays of Hope. Are you here, Tuhin? Not here. Yes, he is. Okay. Congratulations to him. And please look at the photograph outside on your way out if you haven't seen it. And the second award goes to Monidipto Shaha for his photograph titled Mother Nature, which is also a very moving tale, which the photograph says. I will not be giving a spoiler on that. Please go and have a look. So since there were just two submissions for the congratulations, Molly. Since there were just two art, so I will just want Shuman to just display the art, and I'll just because the certificates was just participation certificates, because again there was no judgment possible because the entries were so few in number. But I would still want that it's like this one. Is Ankita here? Ankita Ghosh. She is in the agricultural UGC JRF in the agricultural and ecological research unit. Is that correct, Ankita? Yes. So she could physically submit her picture, and which is that, and it is displayed on the board outside. Please have a look. Please, you on stage. You won't be giving you anything. So that's Ankita. Thank you very much. Yeah, she will get. We don't have it here. Right now. Yeah, you will get a certificate of participation because there are very few entries. We didn't want to. Thank you. And the other one is from ISI Bangalore. Maybe just have Archita Mondol. Archita maybe is on BC. Are you there, Archita? Yeah. Okay, so she is a PGF or a postdoctoral fellow in mathematics in ISI Bangalore, and she tried to express in all the ways that a woman, our mothers are intrinsically related in every part of our life. So that was the second submission. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Satpathy, for just giving out the certificates. And I think we'll just move on to the last part of the event, which is the cultural program. And I request Srimoyi to say a few words.
কাটেন তো হ্যাঁ যাবে যাবে গেছে উপরে এটা আরে এই ধরনের দাদা এটা সরাতে হবে ফোনটা খুলে দাও প্লে করো
Greetings to everyone present here. Wish you a very happy Women's Day. International Women's Day is not just a day to celebrate. It's a day to recognize the resilience, strength, and courage of women everywhere. It's a day to honor the trailblazers who have shattered glass ceilings, challenged stereotypes, and paved the way for future generations. As we commemorate this day, let us also acknowledge that the journey towards gender equality is far from over. Women continue to face barriers and discrimination in various forms, whether it be in the workplace, in education, in marriage, and even in their homes. The vibrant group of scholars from our very own ISI Giriji are here to narrate stories of such resilient women and how they paved their way towards victory even when the society lends no help. A child, the greatest gift of Almighty, holds numerous possibilities irrespective of its gender. In the current scenario, however, numerous incidents are reported from various corners of our country where nearest ones are involved in the infanticide of a baby girl. এক বৃহস্পতিবার দুর্গার কোল আলো করে জন্ম নিল ছোট্ট কোজাগরী। সদ্য জাতাকে কোলে নিয়ে নতুন মাতৃত্বের সাথে বিভোর তখন দুর্গা। ঠিক তখনই হলো ছন্দপতন।
হয়েছে তো মেয়ে, তাকে নিয়ে আবার ঢং। আজ তাকে মেরে ফেল। দে, দে, আমাকে দে, আমাকে দে।
Here we are, trying every day to interfere with the Almighty's plan. But are we powerful enough?
তুমি কি এমনি শক্তিমান
বিধির বাঁধন কাটবে তুমি এমন শক্তিমান, তুমি কি এমনি শক্তিমান, আমাদের ভাঙা গড়া তোমার হাতে, এমন অভিমান তোমাদের এমনি অভিমান। বিধির বাঁধন কাটবে তুমি এমন শক্তিমান, তুমি কি এমনি শক্তিমান। চিরদিন টানবে পিছে, চিরদিন রাখবে নিচে, চিরদিন টানবে পিছে, চিরদিন রাখবে নিচে, এত বদলাই রে তোমার সবে না শিক্ষা। বিধির বাঁধন কাটবে তুমি, বিধির বাঁধন কাটবে তুমি এমন শক্তিমান, তুমি কি শক্তিমান।
India is the cultural hub of the world. Since time immemorial, gifted scholars, intellectuals, artists, and authors have blessed this land. Apart from great personalities like Manu, Chanakya, Shushruta, several women luminaries like Gandhi, Maitreyi, Apala have brought us great fame worldwide. Unfortunately enough, the current scenario is different. Families hesitate to educate their daughters and try to curb their cultural nourishments. But can we really stop them? Let's see. সদ্য সিভিল সার্ভিসের ফল বেরিয়েছে। বরাবরের কৃতি ছাত্রী শুভ্রা এবারেও স্থান করে নিয়েছে মেধা তালিকার শীর্ষে। পড়াশোনার পাশাপাশি গানেও তার সমান আগ্রহ, অথচ কোনো উৎসাহই যোগায়নি তার পরিবার, বরং তাকে ঠেলে দিতে চেয়েছে অন্তর্মুখে।
টেস্ট করে রাখা যায় না আগে থেকে? এতগুলো লোক পারফেক্ট বসে আছে।
অমৃতবাসিনী বীণা বাণী, অমৃত মূরতি মতি বাণী, অমৃতবাসিনী সুরধ্বনি
হ্যাঁ, সরস্বতীর বরপুত্রী এলি রে, কি করবি এসব করে? সেই তো হেসেলি ঠেলতে হবে, বাবাকে বলতে হবে তোর বিয়ে দিয়ে দিই। যা যা, চা করে নিয়ে যা।
আমার হাত বান্ধিবি পা বান্ধিবি মন বান্ধিবি কেমনে, আমার চোখ বান্ধিবি মুখ বান্ধিবি পরাণ বান্ধিবি কেমনে, আমার হাত বান্ধিবি পা বান্ধিবি মন বান্ধিবি কেমনে, আমার চোখ বান্ধিবি মুখ বান্ধিবি পরাণ বান্ধিবি কেমনে। না গেলাম যমুনার ঘাটে, না তুলিলাম জল, না হেরিলাম তারে সখী, না হইলাম চঞ্চল, আমি না গেলাম যমুনার ঘাটে, না তুলিলাম জল, না হেরিলাম তারে সখী, না হইলাম চঞ্চল, আমার ইচ্ছা বান্ধিবি সোহাগ বান্ধিবি অনুরাগ বান্ধিবি কেমনে, আমার হাত বান্ধিবি পা বান্ধিবি মন বান্ধিবি কেমনে, আমার চোখ বান্ধিবি মুখ বান্ধিবি পরাণ বান্ধিবি কেমনে। Marriage, a beautiful union of two souls, promises love, support, companionship, and equality. A lot of dreams come along, but do dreams really come true? Do the obscene beauty standards of the society allow equal marriages? কৃষ্ণা খুব মন খারাপ, তার সহপাঠীরা এখন কলেজ যায়, কিন্তু তার সেই সুযোগ হয়নি। তবে বাড়িতে চলছে বিয়ের কথা, আজ তাকে প্রথম দেখতে এসেছে তার স্বপ্নের রাজপুত্র। মেঘ বর্ণা মেঘ ঝলমল করছে লাল রঙের শাড়িতে। এবার বুঝি সত্যি রঙিন হবে জীবন।
Krishna enters with tray in hands, sitting on the chair.
বাবু ওঠো, মেয়ে কার রং দেখছো? আমার হীরের টুকরো ছেড়ে এই বিয়ে, কখনো না, এই বিয়ে হবে না। বাবু চলো।
কিন্তু
কোনো কিন্তু নয়, চলো।
But beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Beauty lies in the soul. Beauty can never have standards. Beauty should never have standards. কৃষ্ণকলি কি শুধুই কবির কল্পনা? কৃষ্ণার হরিণ চোখ, তার চোখে ঘনিয়ে আসা অন্ধকার বুঝি কেউ দেখেনি, বুঝি কেউ দেখে না। কৃষ্ণকলি আমি তারে বলি, কালো তারে বলে দেখেছিলেন মাঠে কালো মেঘ, কালো হরিণ চোখ, ঘুমটা মাথায় ছিল না তার, মুক্ত বেনি পিঠের পরে নদী কালো, তা সে যতই কালো হোক, দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ চোখ। কৃষ্ণকলি আমি তারে বলি, ডাকতে ছিল শ্যামল দুটি গাই, শ্যামলে ব্যস্ত ব্যাকুল পদে কুটির হতে ত্রস্ত হইল তাই। আকাশ পানে আমি যুগল ঘুরু, শুনলে বারে মেঘে ঘুরু ঘুরু, সে যতই কালো হোক, দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ চোখ। কৃষ্ণকলি আমি তারে বলি, পুরী বাতাস এলো হঠাৎ পালের ধারে দাঁড়িয়েছিলেন একা, মাঠের মাঝে আর ছিল না কেউ, আমার দেখলে কিনা আমি আর জানি সেই কালো, সে যতই কালো হোক, দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ চোখ। কৃষ্ণকলি আমি তারে বলি,
call out for practice. When the treatment of women is not equitable, we must, that's right, take action. And we must do this each time, every single time. Here we present the deafening outcry of a common girl questioning the society and questioning us. আমি সেই মেয়ে বাসে ট্রেনে ট্রামে রাস্তায় আপনি তাকে রোজ দেখেন যার শাড়ি কপালে টিপ কানের দুল আর পায়ে ঘোড়ালি আপনি রোজ দেখেন আর আরো অনেক কিছু দেখতে পাবার স্বপ্ন দেখেন স্বপ্নে যাকে ইচ্ছে মতো দেখেন আমি সেই মেয়ে। বিহারের প্রত্যন্ত গ্রামে দিনের আলোয় যা ছায়া মারানো আপনার নিষিদ্ধ আর রাতের গভীরে যাকে বস্তি থেকে তুলে আনতে পাই খন্দাস পাঠান আপনি আর সুসজ্জিত বিছানায় যার জন্য অপেক্ষায় অধীর হয় আপনার রাজকীয় লম্পট্য আমি সেই মেয়ে। আমি সেই মেয়ে যাকে নিয়ে আপনি মগ্ন হতে চান ভিক্টোরিয়ার সবুজে কিংবা গঙ্গার ধারে কিংবা সিনেমা হলের নীল অন্ধকারে যার চোখে আপনি এঁকে দিতে চান ঝুঁটা স্বপ্নের কাজল আর ফুরিয়ে যাওয়া সিওয়াল পেপার প্যাকেটের মতো যাকে ছড়িয়ে ফেলে দিয়ে আপনার ফুল সাজানো গাড়ি সুসম্পন্ন লিখে ছুটে যায় শহরের পথে কোণে দেখা আলোর গধূলিতে একা থাকে থাকা আমি সেই মেয়ে। আমি সেই মেয়ে দেবতারাও যাকে ক্ষমা করেন না অহংকার আর শক্তির দখলে যার গর্ভে রেখে যান কোন অপমান আর চোখের জলে কুন্তি হয়ে চোখের জলে বিসর্জন দেওয়ার মর্মকে আত্মযোগী আমি সেই মেয়ে। সংসারের অসময়ে আমি ভরসা আমার ছাত্র পড়ানো টাকায় মায়ের ওষুধ কেনা হয় আমার বাড়তি রোজগারে ভাইয়ের বই কেনা হয় আমার সমস্ত শরীর প্রবল বৃষ্টিতে ভিজতে থাকে কালো আকাশ মাথায় নিয়ে আমি ছাতা হয়ে থাকি ছাতার নিচে সংসার আপনি আপনি আপনারা আমার জন্য অনেক করেছেন আমাকে সাহিত্যে কাব্যে শাস্ত্রে লোকাচারে মা বলে পুজো করেছেন প্রকৃতি বলে আবিষ্কার করেছেন শপথ বাক্যে রান্নাগুলিতে ঠোঁটের রং মাখিয়ে কুপি হাতে ধার করিয়ে দিয়েছেন। হ্যাঁ আমি সেই মেয়ে। একদিন হয়তো একদিন হয়তো অন্য কোনো একদিন আমার সমস্ত মিথ্যে পোশাক ছুঁড়ে ফেলে দিয়ে আমি হয়ে উঠবো সেই অসামান্য খোলা চুল মেঘের মতো ঢাকবে আমার গোলাপি দু চোখে জ্বলবে ভীষণ আগুন টিকলে বেরোবে ভাববাতে রশ্মি কানে ঝলসে উঠবে সেই কাঁচকো দুপুরে দুপুরে নেমে যাবে নৃশংসরক্ত হাসিতে ভরে উঠবে দেবতারাও স্তব্ধ হয়ে বলতে থাকবেন মহামেঘ ঘোরা ভক্তকে সিং চতুর্ভুজং কালিকা দক্ষিণাং আমি এগোতে থাকবো এগিয়ে যাবার পথের দুপাশে অভিনবীন অসংখ্য দেহ ঝটফট করবে সভ্যতার দেহ প্রগতির দেহ উন্নতির দেহ সমাজের দেহ হয়তো আমি সেই মেয়ে হয়তোবা
The stories of women's struggle for equality have been unsung since time immemorial. Feminism has always been ridiculed and their voices shut off.
Women's minds are so hard to read. It's true actually. Problems and problems. अरे चाहते क्या हो तुम लोग?
আমরা কি চাই একটা গান শুনে যদি বুঝতে সহজ হয়। পূজা করি মোরে রাখিবে ঊর্ধ্বে, সে রহি রহি হেলা করি মোরে রাখিবে পিছে, সে রহি রহি যদি পারছে রাখো মোরে সম্পদে সম্পদে, সম্মতি দাও যদি কঠিন ব্রতে, সহায় হতে পাবে তবে তুমি চিনিতে মোরে। আজ শুধু করি নিবেদন, আমি চিত্রাঙ্গদা, আমি রাজেন্দ্র নন্দিনী, নুহি দেবী, নুহি সমানা নারী, আমি চিত্রাঙ্গদা, রাজেন্দ্র নন্দিনী। Probably, women's minds are not as hard to read as we think. They simply want equality, respect, and overall inclusion. Do we even try to include this intelligent, nurturing, and resilient gender in the big picture? Even if we don't, they create their own possibilities. Despite the hostile forces, just how a phoenix rises from its ashes. বিভক্তই চুলিতে আর একটু কাল বেঁচেই থাকি ভাতার আনন্দে, বিভক্তই চুলিতে আনন্দে, আর একটু কাল বেঁচেই থাকি ভাতার আনন্দে, নটায় নটায় পায়রা গুলি খাঁচাতে বন্দি, দু এক মুঠো ভাত পেরে তা ওড়াতে বন্দি, নটায় নটায় পায়রা গুলি খাঁচাতে বন্দি, দু এক মুঠো ভাত পেরে তা ওড়াতে বন্দি। ভাত দি কি করে যে ভাত দি
ভাত দিব কি দিয়ে যে ভাত দিব বিভক্ত এই ছেলে তবে একটু আগুন দে বিভক্ত এই ছেলে তবে একটু আগুন দে দুই পায়ে দুই দুই কাছে মারনি রাজায় হাত হাতিয়ার তোর দিনা জমকে কে সামলা ভার জগ জগে করি চলা হামলায় হামলায় জশ রে কান্না কন্যা মায়ের ধমনীতে আকুল ঢেউ তুলে চলে না মায়ের কান্নার মেয়ের রক্তে উষ্ণ হাহাকার মরে না চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল রাতে কাটুম্বর অস্ত্র ঝমঝম করে না চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল দৃঢ় ব্যাখ্যা মুখর দৃঢ় কথা চোখের দৃঢ় জানা সঙ্গে নিয়ে চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল চলল মেয়েরানি চলল রনি চলল মায়ের চোখে বাপের চোখে দুটিকে গঙ্গা মায়ের চোখে বাপের চোখে দুটিকে গঙ্গা দুই পাশে তারে রক্ত নেবে সমস্ত সঙ্গে যাকে ভাব ভাব জনকে ধারে যমুনা সরস্বতী তার যমুনার তীরে যমুনা তার বাজার মুক্তি বালুচকে দিয়ে বিষের নগর নিয়ে যমুনাবতী সরস্বতী গেছে পথ দিয়ে দিয়েছে পথ দিয়ে যমুনাবতী সরস্বতী গেছে পথ দিয়ে দিয়েছে পথ দিয়ে নিভক্ত
Hope you all enjoyed the evening. How was it? Please say it with a round of applause. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us. We are from ISI Giridi, and we tried this humble attempt to perform in front of you all in this amazing, auspicious day. And I would like to thank each and everyone present over here, starting off with this beautiful group of teachers. They have supported us, the professors. They have been amazing, guiding us all through. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please come. Shomanitra ma'am, Monali ma'am.
I would like to call Srimoyi on stage.
Srimoyi,
Her
the
basically,
amazing,
at the very
amazing.
last moment, yesterday she was called on to read the
Yes.
parts of narration. So thank you to Srimoyi, to Molali for continuously being with them during the stage rehearsal. They just came from Giridi about a couple of days back. And we have been in touch over Google Meet and all the WhatsApp videos and all for helping them with the program.
I would just take
But all credit to
Yeah,
them.
sure. I would just take 30 seconds of your time to introduce you all to everyone, this amazing team. We have Riddhi here, she sang amazingly. Srishti, she has been great. Ishita, Ruksha for her amazing performance. Shubhasri for her great performance. Srimoyi for a rather important role. Yes. Shivashish, he has been a great support over the music. Silvara, Gaurav, Sumit from the front, and Pushpita Di has been a great support backstage. Abhishek Da for doing the sound, and thank you, Dada. We have been busting you all with last moment changes, and you have been of great help. And thank you, the audience, for your support. Thank you. Hope you all had a great
Happy
evening.
Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to everyone.
Thank you very much, the whole team of ISI GDD, and thanks to Shamomitari because she first alerted us to this great talent who were there and to have you over for this day. And Professor Torun Koviraj, I don't know if he's here, because he gave me the contacts of all of them. So thank you very much. We come to the last part of the program. Thanks for being with us this evening for the celebration. May I now please call on Dr. Sharvani Pani, who has been the chair of the celebration committee, to just give the vote of thanks and conclude today's event. Thank you.
So that was really a fantastic performance. And as in Bangla, we say, Ostade Mar Sheshatre, so that is what really happened because they arrived here day before yesterday, and since then they have been practicing and coping with so many hurdles along the way. So naturally, I want to start thanking thanks to our director for her inspiration and support and her very nice story about King Arthur and then how this movement started in 1909. I never knew all this. So thank you very much. And Shomanitra for, her wonderful anchoring right from the beginning to the end. And of course, going on sort of solving one crisis to another. Professor Pushpa Mishra for taking so much of time and presenting to us the results of her research and field work and about the climate crisis in the hilly areas of the northern and eastern foothills. So that was really very illuminating. We get to read of this, but not really see this from a person with a direct experience. So thank you very much, ma'am. Her talk was really on so much more how the agriculture is being managed by women, since men have moved towards different professions. The other panelists, Mr. Obiruk Sarkar, regarding talking about financial empowerment of disadvantaged women, this informal insurance of reciprocity, financial literacy, things which at least I knew very little about. Dr. Manushi Mitra Das talking about the tribal women of Bankura and Medipur. It is really, really fantastic to learn about their struggles and be inspired by them. So much to know about them, and especially as she said, if you could visit this village of Chilimili near Mukut Manipur, that would be wonderful. Dr. Aparna Singh for talking about the identifying factors of caste and class, Brahmanical patriarchy, and then all the different Dalit writers whom we really got a chance to know. Professor Swagatam Das for addressing this gender bias through generative AI, and as Dr. Mishra was pointing out, this is really very scary, but nevertheless, we should all know about. And then, of course, a very long list of people to thank, starting with the chief executive for providing us with the budget and all the staff of his office, Nehashish, Abhishek, for giving us all kinds of support all along. Shubhajyoti and everybody else of Central Store. Shubhajyoti had to leave early because his father-in-law is almost in his last days, so he had to leave. Audiovisual unit, electrical maintenance unit, they have been helping us right since day before yesterday actually. CSSC for providing all the equipment and all the different support that was necessary. Director's office, all the staff, all members of our committee, Shorojit Da for again being here despite all the things he's been going through now. All participants, all our participants, all the contestants for coming here and taking their prizes. Certificates really, the prize will come later. But please send your bank details, the IFSC code, your account number, so that we can arrange for the money to be deposited in your
What's your
account.
name?
Our judges from within and outside our side, and if I have, and all our students also, because many of them came and helped us with all the moving of the equipment. And if I have missed out anybody, please remind me or please excuse me. I'm sorry we ran so much, we ran so much late, so really, but I hope you enjoyed the evening despite all the delays. We hope again to meet next year and also to carry on some good work during the year, with which I think we will discuss with the Mishra and the rest of the panelists. So a very good night to everybody and see you again next year. Thank you.
সমস্যা কি?
হ্যাঁ সব ঠিক ছিল মাইক্রোফোন ঠিক তো আবার ওটা